Chapter 1452. How is it? When King Ying returned to the palace where Jade Maiden Palace was located, Sword King Shan Taishu and King Luoying, who had arrived at some point, couldn't wait to ask. Sure enough, he is not in the palace. King Ying frowned slightly. So, you really want to find the Yuan? Sword King Shan Taishu said worriedly. It must be. Since Star River King can't lock Li Yuan's aura with his character, how can he just wait? When Li Yuan left, he didn't tell us where he was going. No, since he has taken action, we can't just wait. In any case, we can't let anything happen to Li Yuan. King Luoying, you are good at deduction. Why don't you try? I can't deduce Li Yuan's situation. His fate is a blur. Sword King Chun Taishu said. This kid is someone who has jumped out of the three realms and is not part of the five elements. I'm unable to deduce anything about him. King Luoying said, after a slight pause. However, I can try to deduce based on his woman. Your disciple Miao Xian seems to have reached the point of telepathy with him. How about using Miao Xian to deduce? No problem. After Chun Taishu finished speaking, he directly took out a drop of blood essence and said, This is Xian's blood essence. When is this blood essence? I mean, before or after she met Li Yuan? This is from before. Is there a big difference? Of course. I want to deduce Li Yuan's location through Miao Xian, so naturally, I need their blood essence after they met. You have me. Okay, wait a moment. Miao Xian and Qin Yang were in Chun Taishu's mind world at the moment. So after Chun Taishu finished speaking, a drop of blood essence floated out from between his eyebrows. Obviously, this time he asked for it from Miao Xian. This is now. King Luoying, are you sure? It's hard to say, let's try. If it doesn't work, we will act separately. We can't just wait. Okay, I will start now. Luoying King's aura changed as soon as he finished speaking. His entire body became ethereal in an instant. At the same time, a series of mysterious and strange magic symbols emerged from his hand and struck Miao Xian's blood essence. An ethereal aura spread out as if the river of fate had been opened. Her nimble hands were using runes to capture the information she needed from the river of life. She was mumbling something under her breath, but even King Ying and Chun Taishu could not understand what she was saying. Is this the fusion of deduction and fate? Chun Taishu was surprised. Luoying's deduction technique is much stronger than before. He must have comprehended a little bit of the Great Destiny technique, right? King Ying was equally surprised. King Luoying was proficient in the Great Deduction technique. However, at that moment, the ethereal aura contained the aura of the River of Destiny. It was an aura that could only be captured when they appeared to comprehend the mysteries of the heavens. However, at that moment, King Luoying had actually used it. In fact, many true immortal kings would occasionally appear to comprehend the mysteries of the heavens when they were cultivating. Even if they managed to capture a little bit of it, it would be a guide for the cultivator or their disciples. It could also be considered as their deduction. It was just like Chun Taishu's deduction of Miao Xian entering the Emperor's Star Secret Realm. However, such a chance to comprehend the mysteries of the heavens was like an epiphany. It could only be chanced upon and not sought. However, King Luoying, a true expert in deduction, could actually take the initiative to use this technique. After a full hour, a shadow suddenly appeared and rushed into the sky. Unfortunately, Chun Taishu and King Ying could not see it at all. However, in King Luoying's eyes, it was Chun Hao's shadow. After the shadow flashed 9 times, it disappeared along with Miao Xian's blood essence. 9 heavens? King Luoying looked at King Ying and Chun Taishu in shock, as if he had discovered something unbelievable. What do you mean? King Ying and Chun Taishu did not understand what King Luoying meant. The result of my deduction is that Li Yuan is above the 9 heavens. What? How is this possible? Above the 9 heavens? Even for us, it would take dozens of years to pass through the 9 heavens imperial court. How could Li Yuan reach above the 9 heavens in such a short period of time? That's why I'm so surprised. The result of this deduction should be correct. Miao Xian and he are already connected and their destinies are intertwined. Although we are still unable to capture his aura in the river of life, Miao Xian's aura has a shadow. There shouldn't be a mistake. Chi. Just as King Luo Ying said this, a mysterious spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void where the three of them were standing. Immediately, the three of them widened their eyes in shock and cried out in surprise. The three of them were the most powerful people in the great world of CND. How could they lose their composure like this? Obviously, they had seen something unbelievable. Senior King Ying, Senior King Luo Ying. Uncle, are you looking for me? As Chun Hao's voice sounded, his figure appeared out of thin air and his gaze landed on King Luo Ying. He did not avoid King Ying and King Luo Ying when he addressed Chen Taishu. Good lad. You, what kind of secret art is this? Not to mention that you appeared out of thin air in front of us. How did you know we were here, and how did you know we were looking for you? Don't tell me you were hiding nearby. King Sword Chun Hao looked at Chun Hao and asked a series of questions. Chun Hao laughed in front of Chun Taishu's eyes and said, I sensed it. It should be Senior King Luo Ying who used Miao Xian as the foundation to deduce my location, right? Therefore, I locked on a Senior King Luo Ying's aura and came here. As for the divine ability, I won't hide it from Uncle. There are some that I inherited and some that came from the ancient mystic Empyrean Godhead. For example, the ability to travel through space. The three of them were shocked. Travel through space. You were really above the 9 heavens just now? It was beyond the 9 heavens. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is there something wrong? Chun Hao corrected Chen Taishu's words and asked. When he had miraculously sensed that someone was spying on him through the river of life, he had sensed Miao Xian's aura. However, it was impossible for Miao Xian of the Daluo Golden Wonderland to have such an ability. However, since she had used this method to find him, and he had just finished all his cultivation, he naturally locked on her aura and traveled through space. It had to be said that Chun Hao had been enlightened by Old God. After accepting himself, it was fine when he did not encounter anything. However, once he encountered something, he would automatically awaken the related divine ability. It was just like how he had managed to deduce King Luo Ying's location. This was something that the previous him would definitely not be able to do. After all, in the past, he had never been able to learn anything about the mysteries of divination and fate. However, now that he had accepted the past and dared to face the future, everything seemed to have changed. Chapter 1453. Beyond the 9 heavens, the boundless starry sky and the myriad of galaxies. Regardless of whether it was for mortals or powerful true immortal kings, they were all vast and mysterious. Although there was only a difference of a single word between the 9 heavens and the 9 heavens, there was a difference of heaven and earth. Beyond the 9 heavens was the chaotic space near the barrier of the great 1,000 worlds. Beyond the 9 heavens was the depths of the chaotic space. Even true immortal kings wouldn't easily step beyond the 9 heavens, as it was a very dangerous place. It was easy to get lost in the endless galaxies and never return. After a few seconds, King Ying and the other two regained their senses from shock. It's nothing. We were just worried that the Star River King would harm you, so we came out to take a look. King Ying said, It didn't affect your cultivation, right? Why don't you come to my great world? Otherwise, my space-time can be condensed to 2,800 times. Thank you for your kindness, Senior King Ying, but I don't need to cultivate for the time being. So fast. Chen Taishu was surprised. King Luo Ying and King Ying were no exception. They knew that Chun Hao needed to fully integrate the 9 lives. Based on their understanding of the 9 lives profound technique, it would take some time. If Miao Xian and Qin Yang need it, let them come to my space. Gu Xian's Godhead space has 30,000 times the space-time law. Chun Hao smiled slightly and said calmly. Chun Hao had already refined Gu Xian's Godhead. In other words, Gu Xian's heavenly venerable Godhead and Shi Chao's Godhead had completely fused together and became one with the great world in Chun Hao's mind, becoming Chun Hao's Godhead. The space-time law had improved by a large margin compared to before. Chen Hao, King Ying, and King Luo Ying looked at each other speechlessly. In just a few minutes, the three of them, the top three in the great world of CND, were shocked to the point of being numbed by Chen Hao, 30,000 times the space-time law. What kind of concept was that? There was another point. Chen Hao was just a Daluo golden wonderland. Even if it was a godhead space, could it ignore the restrictions of cultivation realm? Chi. Two streams of light flew out from between Chen Taishu's eyebrows, after which Qin Yang and Miao Xian appeared in front of the four people. The moment Miao Xuan saw Chen Hao, her face turned red, and she avoided Chen Hao's gaze. Qin Yang came back from the dead and even obtained the immortal qi that you guided. He needs time to properly digest it. As for Xian, I need to have a good chat with you. No problem, right? Chen Taishu said bluntly. Of course, there's no problem. It's just immortal energy, and there's plenty of it. It's very easy to refine it. It's just that comprehending it might require a certain realm. What did you say? You have a lot of immortal qi? Chen Taishu, Prince Ying, and Prince Luoying widened their eyes once again and looked at Chen Hao with fervent gazes. Chen Taishu even lost his composure and grabbed Chen Hao's shoulder. It's in the space of the Godhead. If you need it, you can also enter, Chen Hao said with a smile. He naturally knew that what he said now was very shocking to Chen Taishu and the others. However, at this moment, Chen Hao clearly felt the change in his mentality. Even though he hadn't awakened his past memories and had only awakened the absolute art inheritance, his horizons and knowledge had undergone a huge change. These things that were enough to shock the great world of CND were nothing in his eyes. He was still himself, but his horizons and his mentality had completely surpassed this world. The only difference was his realm. His person, his heart, and his consciousness were already standing at a height that this world couldn't reach. He was high up and looked down on all living things. All right, really? This is good too. Chen Taishu, Prince Ying, and Prince Luoying said different things, but their slightly excited expressions were the same. Moreover, anyone could see that they were trying their best to suppress their emotions for the sake of their reputation. Otherwise, with their status, they would lose their composure in front of a cultivator from the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Buzz. Chen Hao smiled, and a bright and sacred golden light shone from between his eyebrows. It was clearly a small dot, but it was like a space-time gate that led to another greater world. It was shocking. You can go in now, Chen Hao said. Master, junior sister, I'll go in first. Qin Yang didn't stand on ceremony and stepped in first. Xian, Master is going in too. Ha! Chen Taishu said, and directly entered between Chen Hao's eyebrows. Pust. A ray of light suddenly floated out from between Prince Luoying's eyebrows, and Xue Fian appeared. Immediately, two rays of light appeared from between Prince Ying's eyebrows. Xian and another beauty appeared at the same time. It was Ning Jing, the chief grand heavenly of the Jade Maiden Palace, who had entered the Daluo Golden Wonderland and represented the Jade Maiden Palace in the top 10. Fian. Chen Hao smiled and greeted Xue Fian. Xian went to his side and looked like a cultivation partner. Naturally, there was no need for him to greet her. Fatty, Xue Fian habitually called out. However, because her master was a fated person and called Chen Hao Tushu in front of everyone, she didn't know how to face Chen Hao. After all, they had maintained a sibling relationship, and Chen Hao was their boss. You go in with Xian first. Later, I'll call our people in, Chen Hao said very naturally. Xue Fian responded. Because of Chen Hao's natural behavior, her anxious mood became slightly calmer. Come, let's go in first. Prince Luoying pulled Xue Fian and entered between Chen Hao's eyebrows. Of course, she was excited. Chen Hao, my disciple, Ning Jing, you already know her. Can you go in with me? Prince Ying said. Now, although Prince Ying was Chen Hao's elder, she couldn't speak to Chen Hao as an elder. Firstly, the communication between them was really limited. Secondly, Chen Hao was now an unfathomable existence in her heart. Moreover, He was the reincarnation of a mighty person from the immortal world. How could she treat him as a junior? The place is very big. Of course, there's no problem. Li Yuan, thank you. However, thank you. I still want to fight with you in the top 10 ranking competition. Welcome. Chunhao nodded in response. Ning Jing smiled and took her master Prince Ying's arm. Together, they entered between Chunhao's eyebrows. Suddenly, only Chunhao and Miao Xian were left at the scene. Why aren't you going in? Are you really going to have a good chat like your master and my uncle said? I don't mind. You, what about me? Chunhao smiled faintly as he looked calmly at Miao Xian, who was infuriated by his words, and asked in reply. I was very grateful to you. I also felt that I had wronged you before. Only now do I realize I am a scoundrel. This is who I am, the truest me. If you don't like it, you can choose not to take responsibility. I have plenty of women. You saw it too. I don't lack you. You're shameless. Miao Xian was so angry that her chest heaved. Responsibility? Who was responsible for who? So what if he had plenty of women? The worst thing was that Chunhao's expression and tone were too calm. He was so calm that he didn't seem to care about her at all. Miao Xian felt that she couldn't continue the conversation with Chunhao. She turned into a stream of light and entered between Chunhao's eyebrows. Miao Xian, who was in Chunhao's so-called Godhead space, which was actually the world in his mind, let out a shriek as if she was about to collapse. That was because she heard Chunhao's infuriating words. TSK, I thought you would leave. Aren't you reluctant to part with your big brother? Chapter 1454. This, everyone, including Sword King Chunhao, King Ying, and King Luo Ying, looked at the scene in front of them in shock after stepping into Chunhao's so-called divine spark dimension. The space-time laws were so powerful that they could not deduce it. The thick and pure immortal qi, the terrifying vitality, and the endless mysterious Tao laws filled the entire dimension. No, to be exact, it was a great world. This was far beyond their imagination. The Tao manifestation, immortal fruit tree, and the tree of life were rooted in the spirit fountain sea and connected to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They gathered endless Tao laws and absorbed boundless immortal qi and endless life force, causing the entire spirit fountain sea to undergo a qualitative change. Immortal qi coiled around and vitality flourished. Is this really just a divine spark dimension? It doesn't look like it. Although we don't have a divine spark, according to the records I read, the divine spark dimension is just a Sumeru dimension. However, Li Yuan's dimension is obviously the aura of a great world, and it's many times more powerful than my sword Tao great world. No way. Qing Yang, Xue Fian, and the angry Miao Xian who came later were all in disbelief. That's the truth. This kid is really heaven-defying. Earth, what kind of existence is that? Could it be that it's even more powerful than the immortal realm? King Ying said softly, staring at Chunhao's vast and boundless great world. Earth? King Luo Ying was slightly stunned. Xue Fian, Qing Yang, and Miao Xian were also surprised. Obviously, apart from Si Xian, Chunhao, and King Ying, no one else knew about Chunhao's true identity. Nothing. King Ying knew he had said something wrong and shook his head. In fact, there were no outsiders present, but it was best that fewer people knew about Chunhao's true identity. After all, in a world of cultivation, as long as one's divine ability was powerful, even the dead could not keep secrets. The best way to keep secrets was to not know. 30,000 times the space-time laws, such thick immortal qi, and the heavenly Tao laws that even we can't comprehend. Even for the 3 of us, this is a rare place for cultivation. Let's not waste time. Those palaces must have been prepared for us, right? Let's all go. Prince Ying said. Countless palaces stood under the Tao manifestation, immortal fruit tree, and the tree of life. The immortal qi was extremely thick, and colorful rays of light shone out in all directions. Even though none of them had been to the celestial realm, at this moment, they felt that this was an existence that wasn't inferior to the celestial realm. All right, the Sword King Chunhao also didn't want too many people to know about Chunhao's secret, so he took the initiative to respond. After he finished speaking, he stepped out with King Ying. Si Xian, Shuefian, Qin Yang, Miao Xian, and Ning Jing followed the three seniors to the palaces. Each of them chose a palace and entered it. Wang, space shook, and Chun Hao, who was standing in the air, disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the palace that Zhulu Academy had arranged for Hua Academy. All of Zhulu Academy's restrictions were useless against Chun Hao, who had traveled through the starry sky. The moment Chun Hao appeared, his eyes of fire and gold appeared. He swept his gaze across the palace and clearly saw the rooms that everyone was in. As for the scenes that he accidentally saw that he shouldn't have seen, it was naturally unavoidable. However, with Chun Hao's current mental state, he was already easily able to attain the state of see no evil, hear no evil. Hiss! Chun Hao disappeared on the spot. In one of the rooms, Chan Shui, who was sitting cross-legged and immersed in cultivation, suddenly trembled and made a soft sound. However, it was only for a moment. She suddenly turned around and threw herself into the arms of the person who had sneakily hugged her. She hugged him tightly. "Brother, my aura changed. How do you know it was me? Who else would be so bored other than you? Do you think this is the street?" Chen Shui said coquettishly. Her beautiful face was full of happiness. How many years of waiting was that? Tao companions, eternal Tao companions on the road to the great Tao. However, on their journey to the peak of the great Tao, the only time they had together was when they first started cultivating. That was her most beautiful memory, her sweetest yearning. Now, how long had she waited before she finally had this rare time alone? Once again throwing herself into Chun Hao's arms, Chun Shui's memory was like a dream. Although her face was full of happiness and her mouth was relaxed, as she buried her head in Chun Hao's chest, 2 streaks of tears flowed out uncontrollably from her eyes. Chun Hao held Chun Shui's slender waist with one hand and patted Chun Shui's back with the other. He comforted Chun Shui but didn't say anything. This was something that couldn't be avoided on the road to the peak of the martial Tao. How could one set foot on the peak of the martial Tao while being intimate with each other under the moonlight? Since she had chosen, she had to endure the loneliness and solitude and move forward bravely. After hugging each other tightly for a full 2 minutes, Chun Hao gently separated from Chun Shui and said, "You go into my mental world first. We'll talk later." "Okay," Chun Shui replied. She didn't ask why and directly entered between Chun Hao's eyebrows. Buzz! Chun Hao's figure shook and once again appeared in a room. Helian Wuzi, Xia Yu, Tantai Lian, Long Ting, Lung Minghuan, Lung Mingle, Menyang, Xiao Mei, Bailey Ningbing, and the other women, as well as Chun Nan, Pan Long, Du Jing, Lan Feng, Chun Ling, and the other brothers and sisters from the ancient chaos Great Thousand World, as well as Ao Guang, Ling Feng, and the other brothers and sisters from the great world of CND, were all taken to Chun Hao's mental world. 30,000 times the space-time law, endless Tao law, thick immortal qi, and vitality. To everyone, it was absolutely a cultivation holy land that they couldn't even dream of. However, Chun Hao from the Daluo Golden Wonderland had given them such a cultivation environment. In the end, Chun Hao even took Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian into it. As for Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian, Chun Hao naturally knew that Ruo Lan didn't hide her thoughts, and the two of them had indeed helped him a lot. However, Chun Hao, who had begun to inherit the absolute arts and awaken the state of mind, discovered the two's abnormalities when he took them into his mental world. This was something that Chun Hao couldn't discover before, even with his eyes of fire and gold. But now, he could see through the two women at a glance. Under such circumstances, when Chun Hao invited the two into his mental world, he hesitated slightly. But in the end, he chose to trust the two, especially Ruo Xian's clear and resolute eyes. Phew! After settling everyone, Chun Hao let out a long sigh. All settled. Even if the Celestial River King goes crazy, I can still escape without any worries. In my great world, their cultivation bases will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After this competition, I will step into the Hongming domain and advance to the supreme godhead of Hongming, with the Empyrean godhead space shielding me. I believe that even the Hongming domain won't be able to sense my mental world. Hee. Master, don't forget that you still have me. Naturally, there won't be any problems. Now, Master only needs to step into the supreme godhead of Hongming, and you will soar to the sky. The old god's voice sounded. Chapter 1455. Is that so? I don't think so. Shenhao shrugged. Tell me, when will I be able to control that thing? Master, it's not that I don't want to let you control it, but it's restricted by your realm. I can't do anything about it. Then what realm do I have to reach to be able to control it? Shenhao asked. Shenhao was getting more and more curious about the existence in his mind, especially after experiencing Shi Chao and Gu Xian. Shenhao could feel how powerful it was, because the thing that could suppress Shi Chao and Gu Xian's godhead wasn't Shenhao's godhead, but the mysterious thing guarded by the old god. In fact, even though Shenhao had started to awaken the memories of the inheritance and concluded that he was the reincarnation of an expert, he still hadn't discovered the existence of his own godhead. This was strange. After all, the inheritance of the inheritance should come from the godhead. Even if Shenhao hadn't awakened his memories, it should be the same. However, Shenhao really couldn't capture the slightest bit of his own godhead's aura. This mother of Asterisker, don't be fooled by this and that. Cough, cough. Master, I originally thought that the Grand Miss Sovereign Realm would be enough. However, after you obtain Gu Xian's heavenly venerable godhead, it seems to have undergone some changes. As for when Master will be able to control it, I really can't be sure. You mean it will change as I mutate? Growth-type magic treasure? Yes, Master. Shenhao shook his head and didn't continue. He directly blended into his room. The Yang God has reached the Great Circle. It's time for the Yin God. Ever since I went to the Emperor Star's secret realm, I haven't been to the immortal realm. There's still 2 days left. I can go take a look. Shenhao sat down cross-legged and muttered to himself. Regarding the immortal realm, Shenhao was looking forward to controlling it the most, Yang Luyan. Up until now, based on the information that Shenhao had gathered from everyone, it was only that he had met the special Yang Luyan. Others only had contact with the formulaic system. Perhaps her body contains an even greater secret, a secret that surpasses the immortal emperor, ancient chaos, and earth. Then, only the immortal realm? Shenhao thought to himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't get an answer for now. Letting out a long sigh, Shenhao activated the soul realm helmet. Wong. Shenhao once again felt that his soul had completely left his body and entered the space of the immortal realm. As his soul drifted in a hazy and dazed manner, he heard heavenly music that sounded like the sound of nature. At the same time, a pleasant voice once again floated into Shenhao's ears. You haven't appeared for over 30,000 years. I thought you wouldn't come. This pleasant voice was filled with human emotions. Naturally, it was Yang Luyan and not the system. The space-time laws of the immortal world were 100 times more powerful than the great world of CND. Shenhao had been in the Emperor Star's secret realm for over 300 years, which was equivalent to 30,000 years in the immortal world. How can that be? If I don't come, how can I step onto the path of the immortal emperor? Shenhao replied. You've awakened a bit of the Yin's spirit. Yang Luyan continued. Again, only her voice could be heard. You've also fused with 2 godheads, one of which is at the heavenly venerable level. Very powerful. A fused soul is indeed powerful. However, in the broadcast of the immortal world, I saw many ultimate techniques that shouldn't have appeared on you. You're only Daluo Jinxian, yet you can do it. This must be the beginning. Yang Luyan suddenly stopped. The beginning of what? Of course, the awakening. What I mean is, the awakening of what? Shenhao asked expectantly. He felt that Yang Luyan might not understand him as well as she did. I'm not telling you. As your cultivation level and strength increase, you'll naturally know. Yang Luyan said. I say, fellow townsman, are you the real person? Of course I'm the real person. Does the system have such rich emotions like me? So many words. I already know the question you asked last time, but I still can't tell you. This is the rule. However, I can tell you that the three of them are safe and together. They even watched your competition together in the immortal world. They are very happy. Yang Luyin said, Chun Hao, in the future, don't call me fellow townsman. It's so unpleasant. Just call me by my name. Okay. Yin Yan, can you do it? I've refined the heavenly venerable Godhead and have the ability to travel through space. Can you tell me the route back to Earth? Chun Hao asked. Chun Hao didn't care about Yang Luyin's identity as the controller of the immortal world and affectionately called her Yin Yan. Firstly, he wanted to get closer to her. Secondly, Chun Hao felt that Yang Luyin's tone and attitude didn't have the slightest trace of the power of a controller. You really want to go back? The heavenly venerable Godhead's ability to travel through space is very limited. Moreover, it is restricted by your own realm. Even if you know the route, it will take you millions of years to return to Earth. Yang Luyin actually didn't have any objections to Chun Hao's way of calling her. Millions of years? Chun Hao said in surprise. This is under the condition that there are no accidents. Therefore, you'd better put away this thought and honestly advance to the immortal emperor realm. When you step into the immortal world, it will be easy to return to Earth. In the countless boundless worlds, countless spirits of all living things should have awakened. The sealed immortal world gate should have loosened. It is no longer impossible for you to advance to the immortal emperor realm. Chun Hao was speechless. Yang Luyin's words had undoubtedly erased Chun Hao's idea of trying to return to Earth after stepping into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Although millions of years wasn't considered a long time for a true immortal king realm expert, or even a Tao-severing true immortal realm expert, Chun Hao, who had only lived for several tens of thousands of years, felt that it was a little too long. He was completely unable to accept it. There is one more thing to remind you. The Devil Tao and Divine Tao are the same as the Immortal Tao. They have also begun to awaken. Similarly, there are countless almighty reincarnators with Devil and Divine seals awakening. All order and rules are ineffective against them. Devil Tao, Divine Tao, Chun Hao said with a slight frown. From the memories of Shi Chao and Gu Xian's godheads, Chun Hao already understood that the so-called Devil Tao and Divine Tao were fundamentally not too different from the Immortal Tao. To be precise, the Immortal Tao contained the Devil Tao and Divine Tao. The Devil Tao was the extreme Yang God Tao, while the Divine Tao was the extreme Yin God Tao. Both had broken the shackles of Yin and Yang and existed independently. As for the Immortal Tao, it was still the coexistence of Yin and Yang. The fundamental reason for the Great War of the Three Realms back then was the struggle for control of the immortal world. The gods and demons joined forces to contend against the immortals. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. It's useless no matter how much you think about it. Increasing your strength is the key. In the great world of CND, you have already reached the great perfection of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Yang Luyin said, since you have already awakened a little of your Yin God, you should quickly cultivate and increase your strength. It's not difficult for you to achieve the balance of Yin and Yang. There are still 2 more days before the top 10 competition, right? You can still cultivate here for more than 200 days. Chapter 1456. Yang Luyin was obviously aware of Chun Hao's every move in the great world of CND. Chun Hao was not surprised by this. Since the immortal world space had broadcasted the competition of the great world of CND, Chun Hao, who had been in the limelight during the competition, naturally could not escape the eyes of Yang Luyin, the controller of the immortal world space. Okay, buzz, buzz, buzz. After Chun Hao responded, a bright immortal light suddenly enveloped him. Immediately after, Chun Hao clearly felt that the space-time was constantly distorted and his aura was rapidly changing. However, unlike before, Chun Hao, who had awakened a little of his Yin spirit, had a new understanding. At this moment, he was not a physical body condensed from his soul, but a Yin spirit. He was the real him. After a full 10 minutes, the void split open and Shun Hao came out of the great thousand world contained in earth. He began to cultivate without any distractions. In the depths of the chaotic space, terrifying fluctuations of Tao laws pervaded the air. Even with the seal of the restriction, it could not completely conceal the terrifying aura that came from it. The spiritual altar between the Star River King's eyebrows and his hands were constantly condensing mysterious runes, which were then injected into the body of the Star River King that was suspended above Xiao Jutian's head. This body's aura was getting closer and closer to Xiao Jutian. Moreover, as the aura got closer, the distance between Xiao Jutian and the body was also getting closer. When their auras were exactly the same, it was time for them to merge into one. The Star River King was a half-step immortal emperor. Although he only had one life and had to seal roughly the same aura as Xiao Jutian, he was still a half-step immortal emperor after all. After the fusion, whether it was his physical strength, soul power, divine ability, supreme technique, heavenly Tao law, or state of mind, they would all belong to him. There was no doubt that Xiao Jutian's strength would skyrocket by several times. Time passed by minute. When there were 2 hours left before the start of the top 10 ranking competition, the Star River King's life and Xiao Jutian's life finally overlapped and merged into one. Roar! Xiao Jutian, or to be exact, the avatar of the Star River King, suddenly roared at the sky. The roar was like rolling thunder, making the already terrifying energy storm even more terrifying. How is it? What great power! Ancestor, I feel that my absolute power has increased by 3 times, and my combat strength has definitely increased by 5 times. Hee, this is just what you feel. When I was in control, a 10-fold increase in battle prowess was just the beginning. Your soul couldn't feel the increase in state of mind. Well, heavenly Tao laws and divine abilities. That's the main point. 10 times is still just the starting point. Xiao Jutian was extremely shocked. Although he had long known that the old ancestor would have a shocking increase in strength after fusing with him, he did not expect the increase to be so shocking. Well, I'll seal your soul first. For the time being, you'll lose all perception of the outside world. However, you'll be able to sense all of my aura. This is a rare opportunity for you. Don't let me down. Yes, ancestor. Many thanks, old ancestor. Xiao Jutian said excitedly. The Star River King had not annihilated his soul until now. In his opinion, the Star River King must really like him as a junior and really wanted to nurture him. Being able to fuse with the old ancestor's soul and feel the old ancestor's true aura and battle prowess would undoubtedly open a door for him to peak into half-step immortal emperor divine abilities and heavenly Tao laws. How could he not be excited? The Star River King directly took Xiao Jutian, who had fused with his life, into his mind's great world. So what if I've awakened the spirit of all things? I've fused with the 9 heavens. Although I've been bound to the Daluo Golden Wonderland, I'll be the one fighting. Except for absolute power, everything else will be at the half-step immortal emperor level. Godhead, I'll get all of them. The great world of CND, the first one to step into the immortal emperor realm, must be me, Xiao Xinghe. The only one who can control the great world of CND is me. The Star River King thought to himself. At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and quickly flew toward the great world of CND. Let's welcome the top 10 contestants of the Daluo Golden Wonderland to their seats. The great world of CND, Deer Chaser Peak. The long-awaited top 10 competition had finally arrived. The host stepped onto the huge arena at the center of the martial arts field and announced loudly. A stream of light streaked across the sky as Su Junfeng, one of the top 10 contestants, flew toward the arena. His aura was released without restraint. What a powerful aura! Is this his true aura? It's not strange for him to have such a powerful aura to be able to injure Bu Chun. He's also recognized as the spirit of all beings. Although he might not be as strong as Gu Xian, he's not much weaker. Su Junfeng had directly challenged Buchan when he was fighting for a spot in the top 10. His strength was unfathomable. At this moment, his confident expression and the aura he was releasing had undoubtedly made the crowd look forward to his next match. Su Junfeng, do your best. I'll support you. Su Junfeng. Su Junfeng. Even though Su Junfeng did not belong to any faction or faction, his powerful strength still won him the support of many admirers. Qi. Shortly after, Song Longyuan, Tang Haoyan, Zhan Yuanzhao, and Wei Wufa came out one after another. Song Longyuan and Tang Haoyan's battle intent surged as they looked at the world with disdain. They didn't seem to care about Su Junfeng's powerful aura. When they landed on the top 10 contestant seats, they looked at Su Junfeng with confidence. On the other hand, Zhan Yuanzhao and Wei Wufa, who had been Gu Xian's lackeys for a while, had grave and worried expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they were under a lot of pressure. This was especially so when they heard the crowd's discussion about the two of them. They cursed Gu Xian's 18 generations of ancestors for hugging the wrong leg. These two are also the spirits of all beings. They don't have any backbone at all. I think they're just trash at the bottom. Yeah, I'm sure that when it's their turn to fight Li Yuan, they'll definitely admit defeat. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. Serves them right. I despise servile people like them the most. Spirits of all beings? I really don't know how they became immortal emperors before they reincarnated. It's simply an insult to the immortal emperors. I know a little about this. According to the records of our academy, the immortal emperors of the immortal world are not much different from the Daluo Jingxian of the great world of CND. As long as they're not idiots, they can become immortal emperors. I guess they're the natives of the immortal world and the worst kind of trash. These words made Zhan Yuanzhao and Wei Wufa's faces turn red. This was the truth. In the Great Thousand World, even the strongest immortal emperor in the Great Thousand World of ancient chaos, wanting to become immortal emperors was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, the natives of the immortal world had a unique advantage. Chapter 1457. The residents of the immortal world were born with innate conditions that were billions of times better than the cultivators of the Great Thousand World. Coupled with the unique cultivation illusion, the difficulty of stepping into the immortal emperor realm was not much different from the cultivators of the great world of CND stepping into the Daluo Golden Wonderland. In short, the Great Thousand World and the immortal world were on completely different levels, just like the mortal world and the cultivation world. However, it must be mentioned that the cultivators who had stepped into the immortal emperor realm from the Great Thousand World were much stronger than the ordinary immortal emperors in the immortal world. They also had more room for growth. This was because the hardships they had experienced had forged a stronger state of mind and will. These 2 points would become more and more important as their cultivation level increased. Qi, Xiao Jiutian is here. Xiao Jiutian. Xiao Jiutian. The moment Xiao Jiutian came from the sky, all the cultivators in the training ground were attracted to him. He was originally one of the most popular contestants to win this year's ranking competition and was on par with Chen Tianhe. However, due to the rise of Li Yuan, he was overshadowed. Even so, he still had countless supporters. Before the results of the competition were out, anything was possible. After all, he was the number 1 Grand Luo of the Shao clan of the Star River King. Most people did not notice any changes in Xiao Jiutian. In fact, cultivators who had reached the great perfection of the Daluo Golden Wonderland could not improve much apart from breaking through their cultivation level in a short period of time. However, the top experts on the rostrum and from the various academies were slightly surprised when they saw Xiao Jiutian. Although Xiao Jiutian's aura did not change much compared to 3 days ago, these experts with powerful perception could clearly sense the subtle changes in Xiao Jiutian's essence, qi, and spirit. Amazing! Both his physical body and state of mind seemed to have improved tremendously. It seems that the Star River King has put in a lot of effort for Xiao Jiutian in the past 3 days. Many top experts thought to themselves, However, no one doubted that the current Xiao Jiutian was no longer the real Xiao Jiutian. There was no other way. Firstly, no one expected the Star River King to be so ruthless. Secondly, Xiao Jiutian was a direct descendant of the Star River King and was the genius who had awakened the most profound heavens of the Star River King's inheritance. With the Celestial River King's life integrated into it, no one could sense any abnormalities. Yeah, it looks like the Celestial River King still values this first place. Of course, the number of times that the Celestial River King's Xiao clan did not rank first could be counted on one's fingers. As the number one clan and the number one power, it's very shameful if you don't get first place. If that's the case, I'm not sure if Dahua Li Yuan can get first place. Amidst the cheers and discussions of countless people, Xiao Jiutian had a faint smile on his face as he confidently landed on the top 10 contestant seats. Immediately, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Jiutian actually looked at Su Junfeng and the others and provoked them without the slightest hesitation. So what if you're the wisest of all things? First place can only belong to me, Xiao Jiutian. Those who stand in my way shall die. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the crowd burst into an uproar. One had to know that Xiao Jiutian had been famous for a long time. Such a high-profile provocation was not the Xiao Jiutian that everyone knew. But now, Xiao Jiutian, who had always been cultured and refined and was admired by his peers, was acting out of character. Your aura is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, apart from Li Yuan, there's no one else among you who can enter my eyes. Su Junfeng smiled faintly and said proudly, shameless boasting. First place, no one can take it away from me, Tsang Long Yuan. A terrifying battle intent suddenly bloomed from Tsang Long Yuan's body. He was tall and sturdy, but at this moment, he gave people an unshakable feeling. It seems that I have underestimated you. Not bad, this is interesting. Su Junfeng was slightly surprised, but immediately his eyes became slightly excited. Tang Haoyan frowned slightly, and his expression became more dignified. Zhang Yuan Zhao and Wei Wufa looked at Song Long Yuan with astonishment and murmured, Heavenly Dragon Qi. It's actually the Heavenly Dragon Qi. Could this Tsang Long Yuan be the reincarnation of a heavenly dragon? The Heavenly Dragon clan had an extremely high status in the immortal world, just like the Dragon clan status in the great world of CND. Even the heavenly venerables in charge of the immortal world dared not offend the Heavenly Dragon clan. And at this moment, Tsang Long Yuan actually released a faint Heavenly Dragon Qi. The top 10 had not yet arrived, but they were already at daggers drawn. Moreover, it overturned everyone's thoughts again, and the situation became difficult to judge again, making everyone sigh. The spirits of all living things were indeed existences that could not be underestimated. Before the real battle, no one could make conclusion because their hidden strength was not something that could be discovered by everyone. Qi. At this moment, Chen Hao took the lead, followed by Miao Xian, Qin Yang, and Ning Jing of the Jade Maiden Palace, almost at the same time. They obviously came together. However, everyone was not too surprised. After all, basically everyone knew their relationship. The core was Li Yuan the Great. Li Yuan and Miao Xian's relationship was already known to the world. Qin Yang was Miao Xian's senior brother, and had been resurrected by Li Yuan the Great and obtained a second life. Li Yuan's other companion, Si Xian, had joined King Ying's Jade Maiden Palace and was accepted as a pro-disciple. Ning Jing was the first Daluo Jinxian of the Jade Maiden Palace. Therefore, it was reasonable for the four of them to appear together. Li Yuan, Qin Yang, Miao Xian, Qin Yang, Miao Xian, Ning Jing. At this moment, countless cultivators burst into cheers that resounded through the world. Because the four of them appeared at the same time, the cheers were several times louder than when Xiao Jiutian appeared. This was not something that could be compared to when the members of the Three Nothingness appeared. The most resounding name was undoubtedly Chen Hao's name in the University of Dahua, Li Yuan. After devouring and fusing with Chen Tianhe and defeating the reincarnated heavenly venerate Gu Xian. Chun Hao's combat strength had risen to an unparalleled height. Before Xiao Jiuqian and the others appeared, Chun Hao was definitely number one. This was the consensus of almost everyone. Even Xiao Jiuqian, who was the most popular candidate to win the championship, was completely overshadowed by Chun Hao. However, the aura that Xiao Jiuqian, Su Junfeng, and Song Longyuan released, as well as their confident words, made everyone uncertain again. Li Yuan, who was once a fatty, was now a handsome guy. He slowly landed on the top 10 contestant seats. His handsome face was calm and cold. His dark and deep eyes were calm. It was as if the upcoming top 10 ranking competition was not in his eyes at all. He exuded a kind of arrogance from his bones. If it was in the past, many cultivators might have scoffed and disdained him. But now no one thought so. He had the capital to be arrogant. He was already standing at the peak of the same realm. Chapter 1458. Although Zhan Yuan Zhao and Wei Wufa were reincarnated spirits of all living beings, their gazes towards Chun Hao were filled with fear and worry. Chun Hao, who could suppress the godhead of an Empyrean, was an unimaginable existence in their hearts. Immortal Qi, however, when everyone's attention shifted from Li Yuan, who was the most dazzling, to Miao Xian, Ning Jing, and Qin Yang, they were even more shocked to find that not only did Qin Yang, who had been revived by Li Yuan, possess immortal energy, Miao Xian and Ning Jing's bodies naturally emitted a faint wave of immortal energy, causing their auras to become more ethereal and agile. Similarly, Miao Xian, Ning Jing, and Qin Yang's auras were much stronger than 3 days ago. It was just that they were not as shocking as Xiao Jiutian's. At this point, the top 10 contestants were all present. This year's Daluo Golden Wonderland's top 10 is undoubtedly the strongest in history. It's hard to say who's going to get first place. Yes, but the top 4 should be Li Yuan, Xiao Jiuqian, Song Longyuan, and Su Junfeng. As for who will take first place, I still favor Li Yuan. Li Yuan's battle with the reincarnated heavenly venerable Gu Xian did indeed display heaven-defying strength. However, Xiao Jiuqian, Su Junfeng, and Song Longyuan still acted as if victory was within their grasp despite knowing Li Yuan's situation. I feel that they are not speaking without thinking. Therefore, I feel that the possibility of Li Yuan winning is not high. After all, he should have been completely exposed. That's true. What you said makes sense. Let's see who will be the final winner. Amidst the discussion, the host announced the top 10 contestants to draw lots to determine the order of the first round. Xiao Jiuqian was the first to soar into the air. His domineering aura stirred up a strong wind that even disturbed the Yin spirit. Dust billowed towards Chun Hao and the other top 10 contestants. Moreover, he seemed to take special care of Chun Hao. It would be fine if Chun Hao and the rest did not awaken their Yin spirit. However, whether it was Qin Yang, Miao Xian, Song Longyuan, or the 5 reincarnated spirits of all living things, all of them had awakened their Yin spirits. How could they not feel Xiao Jiuqian's provocation? How dare you show off your insignificant skills? Boom! Song Longyuan and Su Junfeng both snorted coldly as they disdained Xiao Jiuqian's actions. They soared into the sky and flew towards the arena. Chun Hao glanced at Xiao Jiuqian and frowned slightly. Although his fiery golden eyes did not appear, 2 rays of golden light flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. However, Chun Hao did not hesitate too much. He also waved his hand to disperse the strong wind that interfered with the Yin spirit and flew towards the arena. Provocation. Moreover, it was a deliberate provocation. If it was the previous Chun Hao, naturally, he wouldn't be able to discover anything. Unfortunately, the Chun Hao of today, although he hadn't fully awakened, he was still incomparable to the Chun Hao of yesterday. It should be known that even the Luo Ying King's divination couldn't escape his senses. What kind of ability was this? Chun Hao slowly landed on the arena. A trace of anger appeared on his calm expression as he glared at Xiao Jiuqian. What? You're not convinced? Xiao Jiutian seized the opportunity to escalate his provocation. Without a doubt, Chen Hao's reaction was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, when he saw Chen Hao's reaction, a natural sense of superiority was born in the depths of his heart. Young people were young people after all. With just a little bit of scheming, he could infuriate Chen Hao and easily toy with him. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiutian, or the Celestial River King's clone, didn't know that Chen Hao was deliberately satisfying him. Since you are a direct descendant of the Celestial River King, I will be merciful, Chen Hao said arrogantly. Merciful? I have to say that you think too highly of yourself. No one can be merciful when facing me. The first place belongs to me, Xiao Jiutian. Those who block me die. You'd better admit defeat. Since you are half a disciple of my ancestor, perhaps you will still be a direct disciple in the future. Ridiculous. Chen Hao shook his head and said disdainfully, Since you say so, then let's fight unscrupulously. Don't cry when the time comes. Only you will cry, Xiao Jiutian said coldly with high fighting spirit. You think too highly of yourselves. Yes. Do you really think that the first place belongs to the two of them? Humph, in my eyes, they are nothing. Song Lan Yuan, let's have a fair fight. In the future, I hope there won't be too much involvement. Of course. Don't worry, I can guess a thing or two about your origin. This is just a competition. During the drawing of lots, under the deliberate efforts of Xiao Jiutian and Chen Hao, the hostile atmosphere became even more intense. Soon, the results of the drawing of lots came out. Why are you first? Miao Xian frowned when she saw the lot in Chen Hao's hand. Like the battle in the Emperor's Star Secret Realm? Chen Hao said directly in Miao Xian's mind with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Whether they were willing or not, they had already reached a very high level of yin and yang fusion, and their hearts were connected. Shameless, Miao Xian said with a red face. Wasn't the first battle in the Emperor's Star Secret Realm a fusion of yin and yang? At this moment, the host announced, the first round, Ning Jing against Song Lan Yuan. The second round, Su Junfeng against Qin Yang. The third round, Miao Xian against Li Yuan. The fourth round, Zhan Yuan Zhao against Tang Hao Yan. The fifth round, Xiao Jiutian against Wei Wufa. For the first round, Ning Jing and Song Lan Yuan, please stay and start the competition. The rest of the contestants, please get ready. Ning Jing, be careful. Miao Xian reminded Ning Jing when she left the arena. Okay, Ning Jing nodded. As a number 1 grand heavenly realm of the Jade Maiden Palace, Ning Jing was one of the popular contenders for the individual championship before the start of this year's school ranking competition. She wasn't much inferior to Qin Tianhe and Xiao Jiutian. However, the appearance of the powerful spirits of all creation took away much of Ning Jing's glory. Just like now, no one was optimistic about Ning Jing's chances against Song Lan Yuan. Ning Jing, right? You have a very good talent and physique. You are barely qualified to be my concubine. Song Lan Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Ning Jing on the other side of the arena. He said proudly, If you admit defeat now, consider my words carefully. This might be the greatest opportunity in your life. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. Chi. Ning Jing was just like her name. Facing Song Lan Yuan's seemingly arrogant words, her expression didn't change at all. She directly struck out with her palm. A crystal-clear jade hand instantly became the core of heaven and earth. Endless immortal light and thousands of Tao laws tore through the void and connected yin and yang. It was born from Ning Jing's palm. At this moment, countless cultivators, including the experts on the rostrum and even Ning Jing's master, King Ying, widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 1459. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was skilled. When Ning Jing unleashed this palm strike, everyone felt their minds being shaken. Even those at the true Immortal King realm were no exception. Naturally, they didn't say that this palm strike could threaten true Immortal Kings. It was just that the profoundness contained within this palm strike was undoubtedly a secret art that surpassed their understanding. Even King Ying did not know when his disciple had learned such a shocking divine skill. However, almost instantly, King Ying's gaze turned to Chun Hao, who was in the top 10. It's Chun Hao. King Ying, who knew his disciple the best, could not think of where Ning Jing could have learned such a powerful divine skill from other than Chun Hao. Moreover, in the past 3 days, which was more than 200 years in the 30,000 times space-time, it was indeed enough for Ning Jing to cultivate a divine skill. Daluo Crystal Jade Palm. Unlike the cultivators in the vast thousand world, the awakened spirits of all living beings, including Song Long Yuan, exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Song Long Yuan, who was standing proudly and did not seem to take Ning Jing seriously, had a serious expression on his face. The aura around him surged crazily, and at the same time, he retreated at an alarming speed. Obviously, Ning Jing's palm had caused him to lose his composure and become nervous. It's the Daluo Crystal Jade Palm. This is Luo Shang's divine skill. It contains the most powerful Luo Tian Dao, and its power is limitless. In the Daluo Golden Wonderland, it can unleash the strongest combat power. How could Ning Jing know it? How could she have learned it? She can't be the reincarnation of Luo Shang. How could she know his divine skill? This is unbelievable. Wei Wufa, Zhan Yuan Zhao, Tang Hao Yin, and some of the awakened spirits of all living beings were shocked. Luo Shang was one of the most famous celestial lords in the immortal world, and the Daluo Crystal Jade Palm was his divine skill. It could be said that everyone in the immortal world knew about it. Bang! Rumble! Rumble! Even though Song Long Yuan reacted in time, he was still a step too slow due to his carelessness and underestimation of his opponent. He lost the initiative and was unable to avoid Tranquility's Daluo Crystal Jade Palm. They clashed hastily, and after the muffled collision, a terrifying energy explosion occurred. Roar! Song Long Yuan, who had been injured in one move, roared in anger in the midst of the devastating and terrifying energy explosion. Blood spurted out from his mouth as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, a black shadow spread out and covered the sky in an instant. True form of the Heavenly Dragon. Song Long Yuan is indeed from the Heavenly Dragon clan. What a powerful origin phase. Even if this is not the level of an Empyrean, it is still infinitely close to an Empyrean. The Heavenly Dragon race is close to an Empyrean. That is an existence that is even stronger than an ordinary Empyrean. The spirits of all beings cried out in alarm. Good, very good. Ever since I, Song Long Yuan, woke up, no one has ever hurt me. You, Ning Jing, are the first. Die. The terrifying heavenly dragons might swept through the world. Not to mention Ning Jing in the arena. Even the cultivators outside the arena were shocked. That was a kind of pressure that surpassed everyone's knowledge. No ferocious beast's aura could compare to it. Ning Jing's expression was solemn. At this moment, her gaze towards Song Long Yuan finally changed. However, she was shocked to discover that it was difficult for her to even move or speak. Heavenly Dragon's Might. This was Song Long Yuan's Heavenly Dragon's Might. It was more terrifying than the average Heavenly Venerable Godhead. Without a doubt, Gu Xian's Heavenly Venerable Godhead was incomparable to Song Long Yuan's. Ning Jing was terrified. This was something she had never imagined. Even though she had seen Gu Xian and Chun Hao's battle and had used their Heavenly Venerable Godhead's might, she did not think she could not withstand it. But now, she realized that her current state of mind was not something she could withstand. She could clearly feel death approaching, but she was powerless to do anything. She couldn't even admit defeat. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She regretted not listening to a certain someone's reminder. Song Long Yuan's true form of the Heavenly Dragon opened its huge mouth and breathed out a silver dragon breath at Ning Jing. The silver dragon breath gradually enlarged in Ning Jing's eyes. Others might not know, but Song Long Yuan knew very well that Ning Jing, at this moment, was waiting for death. What did he have to fear from someone who was not the wisest of all living beings? Whether it was Ning Jing or Xiao Jiuqian, he did not put them in his eyes. This moment was the best proof. His real opponents were probably Li Yuan, who had defeated Gu Xian, and Su Junfeng, who he had yet to see through. Admit defeat. Just as Cang Long Yuan's dragon breath was about to reach Ning Jing's body, Chen Hao's voice suddenly appeared in Ning Jing's mind. At this moment, Ning Jing, who was desperately struggling to break free from the nightmarish pressure, suddenly felt the immortal qi in her body shake, making her feel relaxed. "Ah," she screamed. At the same time, she did as Chen Hao said without hesitation, "I admit defeat." Boom! Following Ning Jing's words, the MC in charge of the competition activated Ning Jing's token's protective light. Ning Jing gasped for air, her full breasts were heaving up and down. Her face turned pale in an instant and blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who thought Ning Jing might have a chance to defeat Cang Long Yuan were all shocked. Pressure. Just pressure alone made Ning Jing admit defeat. The attack did not even reach her, but Ning Jing, who was being protected, vomited blood and looked seriously injured. She was extremely weak. Just how strong was that Cang Long? Countless people stared at the true form of the heavenly dragon that covered the sky, speechless. However, what the crowd did not know was that Cang Long Yuan was also slightly surprised at this moment. He just could not say it out loud. He was surprised that Ning Jing was clearly stunned by his heavenly dragon's pressure. How could she break through at the last moment? Even if it contained immortal qi, it should not be. After all, he had already stunned Ning Jing, which naturally included everything about her. At least you know what's good for you. Consider yourself lucky. Cang Long Yuan stared at Ning Jing, who was being protected by the token, and retracted his true form of the heavenly dragon. He returned to his human form and said proudly, "The rules of the competition were to stop when it was necessary." Therefore, he naturally could not point out that he wanted to kill Ning Jing. Ning Jing clenched her teeth. Under the feedback of energy, she directly returned to the contestants' seats. She looked ashamed. She transmitted her voice to Chen Hao. "You are right." "Sorry, thank you." Chen Hao, who had a cold expression, did not even reply to Ning Jing. The second round, Su Junfeng against Qin Yang. The host did not delay and directly announced, "Senior brother, if you succeed, you will succeed. If you fail, immediately admit defeat. Don't be like Ning Jing. It's very dangerous." He is right. The pressure of the divine spark is not something we can withstand. The moment Qin Yang entered the arena, Miao Xian reminded. Although Chen Hao and Ning Jing did not tell her, Miao Xian, who had telepathy, had already heard Chen Hao's inner voice. She knew that if it were not for Chen Hao's help, Ning Jing would have already died. When they came out of Chen Hao's mind world, Chen Hao had reminded them that the soul of all things, even the weakest Wei Wufa, was not something they could contend against. One move. If they could win, they would win. If they could not win, they would admit defeat. This was what Chen Hao had reminded them. Chapter 1460. It wasn't their strength or battle prowess that was lacking, but the pressure from their godheads. Although Chen Hao's godhead pressure seemed insignificant, Ning Jing, Miao Xian, and the others had also felt it when Chen Hao fought against Gu Xian. It was indeed terrifying, but seeing that Chen Hao could withstand it, they felt that they could do the same. What they didn't know was that what they felt was merely the aftermath. When they faced it in person, it was a completely different matter. Just like when Shi Chao had used his godhead pressure on the 100 disciples of the Dahua Institute. Other than Chen Hao, who else could withstand it? In fact, most of the geniuses who thought they were not much weaker than Chen Hao would think they could withstand it. It was also because of this that Ning Jing did not listen to Chen Hao's suggestion to admit defeat when she failed to defeat Cang Long Yuan after executing the Daluo Crystal Jade Palm that she had comprehended in Chen Hao's space. Hence, she couldn't do so even though she wanted to. If it weren't for Chen Hao, she would be dead by now. Understood, Qin Yang replied. Now that he had obtained his second life and returned to the top 10, he was even stronger than before. This was especially true after cultivating in Chen Hao's mind for over 200 years. Just like Ning Jing, he had also learned a supreme technique from the palace that was on par with the Daluo crystal jade palm. Of course, this was because Chun Hao had taken special care of these geniuses who had entered the top 10, including Miao Xian and Chun Nan, who had entered the top 10 in the Grand Miss Supremacy realm. This was because Chun Hao knew how powerful the soul of all living beings was. Unfortunately, even though Chun Hao had spared no effort to help Qin Yang was still defeated by the powerful Su Junfeng. Moreover, Su Junfeng had not even used his Godhead's pressure. The third match was between Miao Xian and Li Yuan. Everyone already knew about the relationship between these two. Thus, it was not out of everyone's expectations. Miao Xian did not even enter the arena and directly admitted defeat. Miao Xian more or less sighed in her heart. Before the start of the battle, how could she have expected such a result? No matter how high her estimation of that damn fatty was, it was impossible for him to be this powerful. All this time, she had thought that he was inferior to her. However, the truth was that she was far inferior to him. The fourth match, Tang Haotian against Zhang Yuan Zhao. Both of them were confirmed to be reincarnated immortal emperors. Since the beginning of the top 10 ranking competition, this was the first battle between the spirits of all living things, and it was indeed exciting beyond everyone's expectations. Regardless of whether it was close combat, the collision of powerful divine skills, or the collision of godheads, it could all be described as earth-shattering. It made the practitioners of the great world of CND feel refreshed and intoxicated as they watched. This was an evenly matched battle. In the end, Zhang Yuan Zhao lost, and Tang Haotian won with a slight advantage. Only the spirits of all things against the spirits of all things is a fair battle. Miao Xian, Qin Yang, and Ning Jing were unfair to the spirits of 10,000 creatures. The pressure from the godheads was like an imperial sword hanging over their heads. It was too intimidating. As for this old man, as Chun Hao pondered in his heart, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Juqian, who was about to enter the arena. He looks quite confident. With the state of mind and willpower of a half-step immortal emperor, perhaps the pressure from the godheads wouldn't affect him. After all, the pressure from the godheads is also limited by the spirits of all things' own realm. As if he felt Chun Hao's gaze, Xiao Juqian turned his head slightly and looked at him provocatively. He said proudly, "I hope you won't be scared out of your wits by my strength." After he finished speaking, he flew directly into the arena. The reason why he was uncharacteristically provoking everyone was to provoke them into a bloody battle with him. That way, it would be easier for him to kill them. He wanted to obtain more godheads, the more the better. Every godhead was a type of Tao. Even if it wasn't his own Tao, it could inspire and perfect his own Tao. At the same time, in order to be the first to become an immortal emperor, it was inevitable to stop these spirits of all things. This was because he was very clear about the significance of being the first to become an immortal emperor. That was to seize the heaven's will. The first to become an immortal emperor would obtain the power to truly control the great world of CND and integrate with the supreme heavenly law of the great world of CND. With him, the cultivators in the great world of CND would be suppressed by his heaven's will. Unless he ascended to the immortal world, no one else would be able to become an immortal emperor. This was the law that a great thousand world could only have one immortal emperor. Of course, other cultivators could also choose to become an immortal emperor in other great thousand worlds after climbing the emperor celestial stairway. However, the stronger the great thousand world, the stronger the first to become an immortal emperor. This was without a doubt, because it was the supreme heavenly law of the great thousand world. As far as the Star River King knew, at least for now, there was no great thousand world that was stronger than the great world of CND. Wei Wufa's expression was slightly dignified, but he was not afraid. He also soared into the sky and entered the arena. "Take out your godhead, or you will die very quickly." Xiao Zhuqian stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Wei Wufa disdainfully. Although Wei Wufa was the wisest of all things, his aura was obviously the weakest among the top 10. It did not seem like he was hiding his strength. At this moment, His dignified expression was more than enough to prove this point. Since you asked for it, I will fulfill your wish. Chi. Wei Wufa was very straightforward, or it could be said that he understood the situation and directly took out his godhead. He did not want to suffer because of his pride. Although Xiao Jiuqian was not the wisest of all things reincarnated as an immortal emperor, at this moment his powerful aura was much stronger than Ning Jing and Qin Yang. Therefore, Wei Wufa was very clear that he was no match for Xiao Jiuqian with absolute strength. One had to admit that as one of the top geniuses in the great world of CND, even if Xiao Jiuqian was born in the immortal world, he would definitely be an extremely rare genius. Boom! The pressure of the godhead spread out in an instant and surged towards Xiao Jiuqian. Sky Silkworm, 9 transformations, 9 returned to 1. Chi chi chi, Xiao Jiuqian shouted softly, and his figure suddenly turned into a series of afterimages. In an instant, he had completed the Sky Silkworm 9 transformations. That speed, that profound, that proficiency, it was unknown how many times stronger than Xiao Manxia. He had completed the Sky Silkworm 9 transformations, one of the Xiao family's strongest techniques, in an instant. His aura had increased by more than 10 times. What terrifying strength! This is not as simple as cultivating the Sky Silkworm 9 transformations to the highest realm. He is indeed the #1 genius of the Xiao family. Countless people exclaimed in surprise, especially the members of the Xiao family who were familiar with Xiao Jiuqian, including Xiao Manxia, were no exception. Even she did not know when Xiao Jiuqian had cultivated the Sky Silkworm 9 transformations to such a realm. In fact, among all the spectators, except for Chun Hao, whose perception was unimaginably terrifying, no one knew that Xiao Jiuqian was not the real Xiao Jiuqian at this moment. Chapter 1461. Lose. Boom. Xiao Jiuqian let out a loud shout, and a terrifying energy suddenly burst out. It was like a saber and a sword, and the saber and sword weaved a net, covering the sky and covering the sun. Wei Wufa screamed in horror. At this moment, he frantically activated the pressure of his godhead and raised his strength to the extreme. He faced Xiao Jiuqian's attack that completely enveloped him and made it impossible for him to dodge. He did not expect this. Although Xiao Jiuqian's 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm could not enter his eyes, Xiao Jiuqian had already reached the extreme of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. More importantly, Xiao Jiuqian's absolute strength was much stronger than his. Moreover, Xiao Jiuqian was fast. Fast. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. No matter how powerful a martial art was, if it was executed too slowly, it would only be useless in a battle. Especially in a battle of life and death, it would not be of much use. On the contrary, if one's speed reached a certain level, even the simplest attack, without any mystery, could produce an incredible effect. Not to mention the premise of absolute strength. Wei Wufa was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. The moment Xiao Jiuqian's attack enveloped him, his pupils shrank and he was terrified. At this moment, he knew that he, who had just fully awakened, would not be able to withstand this attack. He was doomed in this life. With such a clear understanding, despite his fear and reluctance, the Celestial Emperor's strong mental fortitude allowed him to make a choice at the first moment. Roar! A shrill roar burst out from Wei Wufa's mouth. Immediately, a terrifying fluctuation appeared in his essence, qi, and spirit. Before the crowd could think, he exploded with a boom. Self-detonation. However, the flesh and blood that burst out did not turn into dust, nor did it scatter. Instead, it blasted toward Xiao Jiuqian. So ruthless! Countless people exclaimed in shock. Watch out! The Xiao family and Xiao Jiuqian supporters were even more shocked at this moment. Their eyes widened as they shouted toward the arena. No one expected that the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, Wei Wufa, would decisively self-detonate before the outcome of the battle was decided. Even if he was restricted by his realm, he was still the reincarnation of the celestial emperor. Both his body and soul had extremely terrifying powers sealed within them. These powers should have been unsealed as his realm increased, but now they had completely self-detonated. Quick, seal for me. Chi, chi. The terrifying fluctuations made the experts on the rostrum, especially the celestial river king, unable to remain calm. At his command, countless experts of the true immortal king realm responded and attacked. Even King Ying, Chun Taishu, and King Luoying were no exception. It was not that they listened to King Xinghe's words, but rather, it was because of the terrifying fluctuations. If they allowed it to explode, the seal of the arena would not be able to stop it at all. On the deer-chasing peak, especially the young cultivators near the front, they would probably be reduced to ashes. Rumble. In the end, the terrifying explosion still spread out. Even though many true immortal kings had already taken action, it was a pity that they were too hasty and couldn't completely seal it. The seal of the arena was torn apart, and the terrifying energy turbulence caused the entire Zhilu Peak to fall into chaos. Some of the weaker and slower young disciples of the Daluo Golden Wonderland were directly turned into ashes by the energy turbulence. Chi, a golden stream of light, suddenly shot into the sky from the arena at an astonishing speed. Where do you think you're going? The Celestial River King gave out an angry roar and chased after him with a chi sound. Godhood. That's Wei Wufa's godhead. Suddenly, many people understood what was going on. Wei Wufa had obviously detonated himself in exchange for the godhead's escape. No one had expected such a turn of events. Hiss. While everyone was staring at the void and watching King Xing chase after Wei Wufa's godhead, no one noticed that Chun Hao, who was sitting in the top 10, trembled slightly. His pitch-black eyes had completely lost their color in 2 breaths of time, like a puppet that had lost its soul. But in just 2 breaths of time, he returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. But, seeing that he was about to catch up with Wei Wufa's godhead, the Celestial River King who had obtained his first godhead was stunned. The golden godhead seemed to have penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 earths in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Not even the slightest aura could be detected. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Celestial River King's face was extremely ugly, unable to accept such a reality. Originally, he thought that by integrating his life into Xiao Jiuqian's soul palace and controlling Xiao Jiuqian, he could easily obtain the godheads of all the spirits of all things in the top 10. No one would be his opponent. Of course, the premise was that no one chose to admit defeat. But now, in his first battle, and against the weakest spirit of all things, he had suffered a double loss. Xiao Jiuqian turned into ashes. Yes, the self-detonation of a fully awakened spirit of all things, targeting Xiao Jiuqian alone in the narrow space of the arena. How could Xiao Jiuqian resist it? There was no suspense at all. Xiao Jiuqian turned into ashes, including the Celestial River King's life. The Celestial River King, who knew that there was no turning back, thought that obtaining Wei Wufa's godhead was more or less a comfort, at least enough to make up for the loss of his life. But now the godhead was gone. Moreover, it was impossible to obtain another godhead in the top 10 ranking competition, because Xiao Jiuqian was dead. Looking up at the endless void, the Celestial River King's expression became extremely ferocious and terrifying after a short moment of sluggishness. For many years, ever since Queen Ying lost her primordialine body, he had never been as angry as he was today. But as the strongest person in the great world of CND, he could not burst out unscrupulously at this time. All of this stemmed from his wrong estimation of the strength of the spirits of all things. He underestimated them. The reason why he underestimated them was because Chun Hao seemed to have no difficulty in killing the spirits of all things and suppressing the godheads, at least in the eyes of a half-step immortal emperor like him. But now, he understood that it was Chun Hao who was relaxed. The strength of the spirits of all things was not something that the geniuses of the Great Thousand World could contend with. Even if he was a half-step immortal emperor and sealed in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, he could not do so. The only explanation was that, as previously speculated, Chun Hao himself was a more powerful spirit of all things. That was why he was so relaxed. Xiao Jiutian is dead. His body and soul are destroyed. Wei Wufa is also dead, but Wei Wufa's god had escaped. He just died in this life. The reincarnation of an immortal emperor is indeed the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Indeed, we mortals cannot contend with him, no matter how talented we are. What a pity. Countless people felt sorry for Xiao Jiutian. Chapter 1462. Xiao Jiutian's arrogant look was still fresh in their minds, but now it had turned into nothingness. This was the top genius of the great world of CND, yet he died just like that. Anyone would feel that it was a pity, let alone the Xiao clan. Resurrection. If Li Yuan can resurrect Qin Yang, he can naturally resurrect Xiao Jiutian. Don't joke around. If he could resurrect, would the Celestial River King's face be so ugly? Without the Hongmengqi shield, Xiao Jiutian's aura, flesh, and blood were mostly devoured by Wei Wufa's godhead. How could there be anything left? Indeed, this was completely different from Qin Yang's situation. Whether Chun Hao helped or not, even if he did, he could not resurrect Xiao Jiutian. Similarly, even if Xiao Jiutian's aura was not devoured and dissipated, Chun Hao could resurrect Xiao Jiutian. But the Celestial River King had to consider whether to resurrect him or not. Because once Chun Hao resurrected Xiao Jiutian, he would know that Xiao Jiutian was no longer a pure Xiao Jiutian, but a life of the Celestial River King. If the world knew about this, the Celestial River King would probably be despised by everyone. How could he still have the face to sit on the throne of the great world of CND? How could he condense the strongest destiny of the great world of CND? The Celestial River King was, after all, the Celestial River King. After a brief loss of composure, he immediately adjusted and returned to the rostrum, directly signaling the competition to continue. After one round, 2 people died, leaving only 8 people: Li Yuan, Miao Xian, Qin Yang, Ning Jing, Cong Longyuan, Su Junfeng, Tang Haoyan, and Zhang Yuanzhao. In the second round, the opponents were still decided by drawing lots. If the opponents were drawn again, they would draw lots again. The following rounds were the same. Although it was a little troublesome, it was undoubtedly the fairest for all the contestants. Who to fight first, who to fight next, and who to fight next were all very important for the contestants who hid their strength. Among the 8, only Miao Xian, Qin Yang, and Ning Jing were not the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. After the first round, there was no doubt that the 3 of them were no match for the spirits of all existences. If the strongest, Xiao Jiutian, couldn't beat the weakest, Wei Wufa, then how could they be a match for Cong Longyuan's group? The results of the draw quickly came out. The second round. First match, Li Yuan versus Tang Haoyan. Second match, Miao Xian versus Zhang Yuanzhao. Third match, Qin Yang versus Cong Longyuan. Fourth match, Su Junfeng versus Ning Jing. In the first match, what no one had expected was that Tang Haoyan, the soul of all creation, had admitted defeat without even stepping onto the arena. Clearly, Chun Hao, who had defeated Gu Xian, had made Tang Haoyan timid. The following 3 matches confirmed everyone's guess. Although Miao Xian, Qin Yang, and Ning Jing did not admit defeat in advance, the 3 of them were unable to win. Even if Miao Xian was up against the weakest Zhang Yuanzhao, it was useless. When Zhang Yuanzhao summoned his godhead, he easily secured victory. Needless to say, only Qin Yang and Ning Jing were up against the powerful Cong Longyuan and Su Junfeng. Of course, with Chun Hao's reminder and Xiao Jiutian's lesson, the 2 of them only lost in a daunting experience. In the third round, Chun Hao drew Qin Yang, who admitted defeat. Miao Xian drew Cong Longyuan, who lost. Ning Jing drew Tang Haoyan, who lost. Zhang Yuanzhao drew Su Junfeng, who also chose to admit defeat. This was beyond everyone's expectations. It seems like the only matches worth looking forward to are the ones between Li Yuan, Cong Longyuan, and Su Junfeng. These are the top 3. The fourth is Tang Haoyan, who has already defeated Zhang Yuanzhao. The fifth is Zhang Yuanzhao. Miao Xian, Ning Jing, and Qin Yang are at the bottom. Between the three of them, Miao Xian's strength is better. She should be able to get 6th. Qin Yang is 7th. Ning Jing is 8th. When the lots for the 4th round were being drawn, everyone was discussing. At this point, the situation of the competition had begun to become clear. The only thing that could not be determined was the strongest 3, Li Yuan, Song Longyuan, and Su Junfeng. Without a doubt, this was the battle that everyone was looking forward to the most. The 4th round, the first match, Su Junfeng versus Song Longyuan. The second match, Chen Hao versus Zhang Yuanzhao. The third match, Tang Haoyan versus Qin Yang. The fourth match, Miao Xian versus Ning Jing. Su Junfeng and Song Longyuan, please stay and start the first match. Asterisk voila. Asterisk this time. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire martial arts arena and even the immortal world exploded. It's finally the battle between the strongest. Yes, who do you think will win? It should be Song Longyuan. He is the reincarnation of the immortal world's heavenly dragon clan's immortal emperor. Moreover, from the looks of it, even if he is not a heavenly venerable, his battle prowess should be stronger than the reincarnation of heavenly venerable Gu Xian. Therefore, I feel that Song Longyuan has a higher chance of winning. I feel that Su Junfeng has a higher chance of winning. Until now, he has not revealed too much. Perhaps he has hidden his strength a little deeper. Song Longyuan versus Su Junfeng. Who would win? Only by fighting would they know. Even Chen Hao, whose perception ability was monstrous to a terrifying degree, could not give a definite answer. Both of them still had some hidden strength. This was something that Chen Hao could be sure of. However, some things could not be seen through to determine who was stronger. I didn't expect the two of us to meet first. This is also good. Li Yuan is able to suppress an heavenly venerable's godhead. To you and me, he should be our number one opponent. It's only logical to deal with him after we deal with you. The tall and mighty Song Longyuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogantly at Su Junfeng opposite him as he spoke in a solemn voice. Haha, well said. Dealing with you before dealing with him is also the result I want. Su Junfeng laughed loudly in disdain. At this moment, the aura around him fluctuated violently. You're very confident. You too. Since that's the case, do you dare to bet with me? Why wouldn't I dare? No matter what you bet, I, Su Junfeng, will accept it. Su Junfeng said without hesitation. In a battle between experts, no matter what, one could not lose to the other in terms of momentum. Very good. You said it yourself. The loser will acknowledge the winner as his master and follow him forever. Do you dare? Song Longyuan looked straight at Su Junfeng as he spoke in a solemn voice. Exactly what I want. The heavenly venerable heavenly dragon mount delivered itself to my doorstep. How could I not accept it? However, words alone are not enough. Let's sign a contract. You don't have any objections, right? Su Junfeng said in an imposing manner. Naturally, I don't have any objections. Song Longyuan answered. However, I'm not talking about signing a contract with the supreme law of the great world of CND. The supreme law here can't bind us. Now, the gate of the immortal world has been loosened. Since we're going to sign a contract, we'll communicate with the immortal world and sign it with the supreme law of the upper 3 heavens of the immortal world. Do you dare? Su Junfeng's eyes shone brightly as his expression became more and more arrogant. Upper 3 heavens of the immortal world? What does that mean? At this moment, countless cultivators were shocked by Su Junfeng's words. Even some reincarnated immortal emperors and spirits of all living things were stunned. In their knowledge, they only knew about the immortal world. However, Su Junfeng's words clearly indicated that the immortal world also had a division of planes. This was something that some spirits of all living things did not know and had never heard of. Chapter 1463. Song Longyuan's expression changed slightly when he heard Su Junfeng's words. He stared at Su Junfeng for a few seconds before he said, "Are you from Shang Santian? What do you think? Cut the crap. Just say yes or no." Su Junfeng said with a smile. "Good, good, very good. I didn't expect that Song Long Yuan, would misjudge you. However, since I'm the one who suggested it, why should I be afraid? Come on." Song Long Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness as he said suddenly. As soon as he finished speaking, his glabella suddenly opened up, and he looked up at the endless void. At this point, he no longer had a way out. Very good. Su Junfeng also activated his glabella and did the same thing as Song Long Yuan. Chi, chi. Two rays of golden holy light shot up into the sky and blended together. They tore the sky apart and connected the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Buzz, 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 buzz. Golden halos like ripples penetrated the sky and spread in all directions. A moment later, dazzling celestial light came from the depths of the endless void and condensed into chains of order. They entered the glabella of Su Junfeng and Song Long Yuan at the same time. Immediately, the two of them were surrounded by celestial chi and rays of light. Buzz. Immediately, their bodies shook and all the strange phenomena disappeared. The contract was completed. Done. Ha! Song Long Yuan, from now on, you're my Su Junfeng's battle pet. Show your true form and be obedient. Dream on. You want my heavenly dragon bloodline to be your ride? Do you think you're worthy? You're just from Shang Santian. My heavenly dragon bloodline looks down on the lower 3 heavens, roams the middle 3 heavens, and communicates with Shang Santian. If it weren't for the war of the 3 realms, we would be an overlord in Shang Santian. You're more suitable to be my servant. Come on, let's talk with strength. I'll let you know that you're just a piece of trash in front of me. Roar. Song Long Yuan looked up to the sky and roared. The power of the heavenly dragon suddenly rolled out. His body instantly revealed the true form of the heavenly dragon, which covered the sky and the sun. Song Long Yuan's words gave the other reincarnated immortal emperors and the cultivators of the great world of Xiendi a piece of information. It seemed like the immortal world was divided into the lower 3 heavens, middle 3 heavens, and upper 3 heavens, which corresponded to the 9 heavens. This was something that none of the reincarnated immortal emperors present knew about. So that's how it is. I finally understood why there were only a few dozen celestial venerables in a vast and boundless immortal world. The immortal world I'm in is merely the lower 3 heavens. Tang Haotian said in shock. At this moment, he finally understood why Song Long Yuan and Su Junfeng did not even care about heavenly sovereign Guxian. Chi. Crack. A huge dragon breath spewed out from the sky dragon's bloody mouth. It was many times stronger than when it dealt with Ning Jing. It was like a terrifying heavenly thunder blasting towards Su Junfeng. Open. Su Junfeng, whose battle intent had risen to a terrifying level, faced such a terrifying attack. His expression did not change in the slightest. Even the hands behind his back did not move in the slightest. He only opened his lips slightly and coldly spat out the word open. Soon after, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Everyone, including Chun Hao, widened their eyes in shock. An incomparably huge door appeared out of thin air in front of Su Junfeng. The pitch-black round door looked like a black sun at a glance. When one looked at it carefully, one's mind seemed to be swallowed by it. There were endless runes, as if they were formed by indescribably powerful ancient beasts. Roar, roar, roar. It was also at this moment that the roar of a ferocious beast that caused one's heart to turn cold burst out from the pitch-black door. Everyone's eyes seemed to have penetrated the pitch-black exterior and saw another world. The world of ancient ferocious beasts was filled with an endless number of ancient ferocious beasts. The aura of each of them was so terrifying that it was indescribable. Heavenly beasts. That was the world of heavenly beasts. Heavenly beasts were existences that were stronger than ordinary heavenly sovereigns. At the same time, endless, ancient, mysterious, and incomparably complicated runes rolled out from the pitch-black door, condensing into pitch-black chains that directly locked onto the true form of the sky dragon that was already roaming in the void. Impossible, impossible. How can you have the heavenly beast chaos diagram? How can it be? You despicable and shameless fellow. If you have the guts, defeat me with your strength. I can't accept this. Audash. I can't accept this. Terrified, mournful, and unwilling roars came from Tsang Longyuan's huge dragon head. Unfortunately, the pitch-black door and pitch-black chains completely locked onto his body and soul. At this moment, how was he still the insufferably arrogant sky dragon? It gave people the feeling that in front of this pitch-black door, Tsang Longyuan was an ant that could be easily grasped in the hand and trampled on at will. Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram. Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram. Zhan Yuan Zhao, Tang Haotian, Kong Ying, and the rest of the spirits of all beings that were reincarnated immortal emperors stared blankly at Tsang Longyuan, who was bound by the pitch-black chains and shrunk until he was only a few hundred feet long. He crawled in front of Su Junfeng and muttered the words Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram repeatedly. They did not know the division of planes in the immortal world because their realms had never reached the corresponding realm. In the immortal world with its strict hierarchy and perfect laws, they were not qualified to know. However, they had heard of the 10 great chaos treasures of the immortal world. The Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram was one of the 10 great chaos treasures that were born at the beginning of chaos. It was a natural treasure that could not be refined. The Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram was ranked last among the 10 great chaos treasures because it had a fatal flaw. It was only useful for beasts. Even the strongest heavenly beast could not resist it. However, apart from beasts, it was not very useful for humans, plants, and fairies in the immortal, demon, and celestial realms. If that was not the case, it would not be ranked last among the 10 great chaos treasures. However, even so, supreme-grade immortal artifacts were trash in front of it. However, before the Great War of the Three Realms, the Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram and the other 9 great chaos treasures were basically legends. But now, it actually appeared in front of Tsang Longyuan. Even though he had never seen it before, its aura and appearance were exactly the same as in the records. Especially the power that he was completely unable to resist, it made him immediately think of the legendary Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram. The nemesis of beasts. Sky dragons were undoubtedly beasts. This was an unchangeable fact. Ha ha ha. This is the power of a chaos treasure. It is indeed powerful. Ha ha ha. The Sky Dragon Chariot. I, Su Junfeng, will also have the Sky Dragon Chariot one day. Ha 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 ha. With the Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram, this is just the beginning. Ha ha. Let's contract. Buzz. Su Junfeng pointed a finger, and the contract rune bloomed with dazzling light. The contract came into effect. Then, he sat directly on Tsang Longyuan's shrunken original form. Merge. Hiss. Soon after, Su Junfeng called out again. Tsang Longyuan immediately turned into streaks of resplendent light and merged into Su Junfeng's body. In the next moment, Su Junfeng's entire body was covered in a scale armor that shone with resplendent light. Tsang Longyuan is now my battle pet. Ha ha ha. He will not be part of the next competition. However, you will be able to meet him in my next battle. Ha ha ha. MC, can you announce the results now? Chapter 1464. Until Su Junfeng's reminder, the true Immortal King stage host finally recovered from his shock and announced the result of the competition. At this point, 3 of the top 10 were gone, and only 7 were left. The second match was between Chun Hao and Zhan Yuan Zhao. Although Tang Haotian was slightly stronger than Wei Wufa, he was only slightly stronger. He could not be compared to the reincarnated heavenly venerable Gu Xian. At this moment, there was no need to doubt the cruelty of the competition. Even Tang Haotian admitted defeat against Li Yuan. How could he still dare to fight against Chen Hao? Moreover, he had been Gu Xian's lackey before. Therefore, Zhang Yuanzhao did not hesitate and chose to admit defeat. Chun Hao was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. The third match was between Tang Haoyan and Qin Yang. The pressure of Tang Haoyan's godhead reappeared. As expected, Qin Yang lost again. There was nothing he could do. The fourth match was between Miao Xian and Ning Jing. Although this battle wasn't as exciting as the battle between Su Junfeng, Song Long Yuan, and Chun Hao, it was still a battle between the same type of people. Moreover, it was a battle of equal strength. It was much more interesting than the previous two. In fact, the two experienced a wonderful and dangerous battle. In the end, Miao Xian defeated Ning Jing with a slight advantage. However, although Miao Xian won, she did not have the slightest joy. She was very clear that if she had not merged with Chun Hao for so many years, it would be difficult for her to defeat the #1 Daluo Jingxian of Jade Maiden Palace, Ning Jing. The fusion of yin and yang in her subconscious had already left the scope of her subconscious and began to affect Miao Xian. The telepathy with Chun Hao was the best proof. In fact, when Miao Xian no longer rejected the feeling of Chun Hao in her subconscious, the yin and yang dual cultivation had already begun to take effect. However, to Miao Xian, this was just the beginning. The real improvement had yet to come. Otherwise, the effect of dual cultivation with Chun Hao for so many years would be a waste of Chun Hao's abnormal talent. The fifth round, the first match was between Chun Hao and Ning Jing. Ning Jing admitted defeat. The second match was between Zhang Yuanzhao and Qin Yang. Qin Yang admitted defeat. Facing a spiritual of all things with a godhead, Qin Yang no longer had any meaning in fighting. The third match was between Miao Xian and Su Junfeng. Miao Xian also chose to admit defeat. Tang Haoyan was alone. In the sixth round, the first match was between Ning Jing and Qin Yang. Neither side could do anything to the other. The second match was between Miao Xian and Tang Haoyan. Chun Hao and Su Junfeng had both fought against Zhang Yuanzhao before, so the third match was supposed to be between Chun Hao and Su Junfeng. However, since the battle between the two of them would definitely be the pinnacle battle of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, it was customary to leave it until the last match. Therefore, there were only 2 matches in the 6th round. In the 7th round, the first match was between Zhang Yuanzhao and Ning Jing. Ning Jing admitted defeat, thus ending their matches. The second match was between Qin Yang and Miao Xian. Qin Yang admitted defeat, thus ending their matches. The third match was between Tang Haoyan and Su Junfeng. Tang Haoyan admitted defeat, thus ending his matches. The final match was between Li Yuan and Su Junfeng. Li Yuan had cultivated the 9 lives profound art of the Celestial River King, but this was not important. What was more important was that all of his lives were monstrous geniuses, especially Chan Tianhe. Secondly, Li Yuan had killed the spirit of all beings, Shi Chao. Thirdly, Li Yuan had defeated the reincarnated heavenly venerable Gu Xian and suppressed his godhead. How strong was Li Yuan exactly? Su Junfeng had not revealed his strength until the competition for the top 10 spots. Who would have thought that he could come this far? He came from the immortal world's upper 3 heavens. He had the legendary Chaos Treasure, the heavenly beast Chaos diagram. He could easily turn the terrifying heavenly dragon into a battle pet. How strong was he now? A battle pet that had recognized its master was a part of its combat strength. Song Long Yuan was capable of reaching the top in the first place, but he had been defeated by the chaos pattern of the heavenly beast. Anyway, Su Junfeng was fighting side by side with Song Long Yuan. Could Chen Hao stop him? In the eyes of most people, Su Junfeng winning the first place was already a foregone conclusion. It was not that Chen Hao was not strong, but Su Junfeng was too strong. However, the countless experts present did not agree with Su Junfeng's high-profile actions. So what if he was the reincarnation of an almighty from the immortal world? He was now just the Daluo Golden Wonderland. He did not even understand the basic principle of an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth. That was one of the immortal world's top 10 chaos treasures. Without enough strength to protect it, how could it be exposed in front of others? Many experts were clear that the so-called rules, when there were enough benefits, were just fleeting clouds in front of a true expert. There was no restrictive effect at all. The most important point was that Su Junfeng was alone, rootless duckweed, without any backing to protect him. They believed that after this competition, the heavenly beast chaos diagram would change owners. As for who would get it, it was hard to say. It depended on who was stronger, who acted faster. In short, it could be anyone on the rostrum, because the burning gaze in his eyes could not be concealed. Li Yuan, Su Junfeng, please come to the stage. Without giving too much time to wait, the host's voice rose an octave. Although it was still a formal announcement, this time, the host's voice and eyes were faintly excited and excited. What kind of scene would the peak confrontation of the Daluo Golden Wonderland be like? The battle that countless people were looking forward to was finally going to be staged. In the top 10 contestant seats, after hearing the referee's words, Su Junfeng slowly got up. His face was filled with a faint and confident smile. After turning his head to look at Chen Hao, he said, "Don't say that you admit defeat directly. If that's the case, I'll be very disappointed." Chi. After Su Junfeng finished speaking, he directly rose into the air and stepped onto the stage under everyone's gaze. He stared proudly in the direction of Chen Hao. "What, do you really not dare to?" Seeing that Chen Hao still had no intention of getting up, Su Junfeng said again in a tone full of disdain and contempt. "Since you can't wait, it seems that you have victory in your hands? Don't worry, I won't admit defeat. I'm just thinking about one thing." Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly as he slowly got up. Buzz. As he spoke, his body shook and directly cut through the void and appeared on the stage. "Okay, fight, 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 fight. Li Yuan will win. Li Yuan will win." The silent crowd suddenly became restless with Chen Hao's appearance. Li Yuan did not admit defeat, which was undoubtedly the result that they wanted to see the most. In their opinion, Li Yuan's decision required courage. After all, he was facing the equivalent of Su Junfeng and Song Longyuan working together. Moreover, Su Junfeng had the heavenly beast chaos diagram. Even if it was ineffective against humans, how could Su Junfeng, who might have a chaos supreme treasure, be simple? It could be said that even if Li Yuan chose to admit defeat directly, no one would be surprised at all. They would only be disappointed and disappointed. Now, Li Yuan was on the stage. Chapter 1465. The figure that stood proudly like a sword, the extraordinarily handsome face, and the calm and cool expression seemed to have no pressure at all. The soaring battle intent and the surging invincible aura were even stronger than when he faced Gu Xian. At this moment, Chen Hao gave people the feeling that he was still himself. No matter who he faced or how strong he was still the arrogant person who looked down on the world. "Consider what? Bet? Bet? Ha. Li Yuan, I have to admit that I admire your courage. Bet that I love you too. Tell me, what do you want to bet? How do you want to bet?" Su Junfeng laughed and looked at Chen Hao with a mocking gaze. "The heavenly beast chaos diagram." Chen Hao smiled and said calmly, "The heavenly beast chaos diagram?" Su Junfeng was slightly surprised and then said disdainfully, "You should know what my heavenly beast chaos diagram is, right? It's one of the 10 legendary chaos treasures in the immortal world. You want to bet with me? Can you take out a treasure of the same level as his?" What a joke. I have it. As for whether it's the same level as yours, I don't know, but I know that it's definitely not inferior to yours. Chen Hao said. "Haha, are you joking? If you have it, then show it to me. You can send a strand of divine thought into my mind and you'll know that I'm telling the truth." "Really? Then I really want to see it." Hiss. Su Junfeng also suspected that Chen Hao was tricking him. Sending a strand of divine thought in to take a look would have negligible effect on him, even if it was annihilated. Chen Hao was also very straightforward and directly opened the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, everyone was staring at Chen Hao with a puzzled, shocked, and curious expression. Could it be that he really had a treasure that was comparable to the heavenly beast chaos diagram? After a while, Su Juanfeng's surprised and excited expression gave everyone the answer. What kind of treasure is that? I don't know what it is exactly because I can't make it recognize me as its master. But I know that it's definitely an existence that surpasses the best immortal artifact. Because its aura is definitely not inferior to your heavenly beast chaos diagram. Well, since you've seen it, do you want to bet or not? Why should I believe you? It's in your mind. So even if you've already acknowledged it as your master, don't know. Believe it or not. You don't have to bet. It doesn't matter. Chen Hao said. The reason why Chen Hao wanted to bet with Su Junfeng on the Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram was because he had learned from the old god that although the Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram only had power against heavenly beasts, the most important part of its name was the Chaos Diagram. It contained the original aura of the endless galaxy at the beginning of chaos. Although it was in chaos, through it, one only needed to lock onto one of the original auras to be able to sense the location of the galaxy that was related to that original aura. To an ordinary person, this was meaningless. However, to Chen Hao, it was significant. What would it mean if Chen Hao could find the familiar aura of Earth in the origin aura of the endless universe? Of course, Chen Hao also knew that it would not be easy to find Earth amidst the endless aura of the origin. However, since he knew about it, he had to give it a try. It was because of this that Chen Hao proposed the bet. The treasure that Chen Hao showed Su Junfeng was naturally the treasure guarded by the old god. It was also opened by the old god for Su Junfeng's divine thought. However, since Su Junfeng did not believe it, he could not force him. He could only give up. Don't bet? Why not? But we have to bet big. Bet big? Chen Hao frowned slightly. That's right. Since I can't be sure if you've refined it and acknowledged it as your master, let's bet our lives. In this case, it doesn't matter whether you've refined it or not. What do you say? Don't say that you don't dare. Crash! Su Juanfeng's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Bet our lives. Chen Hao stared at Su Junfeng and murmured repeatedly. Immediately, he said in a low voice, a life and death duel? No, that's too wasteful. Moreover, I don't think you and I can easily kill each other. What do you say? What I mean is, just like me and Song Long Yuan communicate with the upper three heavens of the immortal dimension and sign a contract. This way, we can kill two birds with one stone. All right. When he heard Su Junfeng, Chen Hao chose to agree without the slightest hesitation. This caused the already clamorous crowd to instantly seethe with excitement and be extremely shocked. Is he crazy? Too crazy. I can only say that the reincarnation of a great figure of the immortal dimension is too confident in himself. Yeah. In my opinion, it's already inconceivable that Li Yuan dared to enter the arena to fight. Daring to take the initiative to propose a bet is even more exaggerated. Yet now, he's actually betting his life. This isn't as simple as confidence. In fact, it's also a battle of momentum. Since it's already come to this, no one will choose to back down. Yeah, I think Li Yuan is probably doomed. To be honest, besides utilizing the Heavenly Beast Chaos Diagram, Su Junfeng hasn't exposed his true combat strength at all. More importantly, the powerful Cong Long Yuan is already his Heavenly Dragon battle pet. How can Li Yuan defeat him? Yeah, alas, I hope that Li Yuan will win. Although he's also the wisest of all living things, at least he's already joined our academy in the Great Thousand World. He's also considered one of us. Moreover, he has so many brothers, sisters, and cultivation companions. This Su Junfeng, I think he doesn't put anyone in his eyes at all. I feel the same way. Same, I support Li Yuan. I also hope that Li Yuan will win. He's been creating miracles all along the way from the University of Dawa. This time, I hope that he can continue to create miracles. In the buzzing discussion, almost all of the people were leaning towards supporting Chen Hao. Even if there were reasons given by the crowd, this phenomenon was more or less unbelievable. It could only be said that Chen Hao, who had returned to his original appearance, had a strong aura that could conquer people's hearts. It was so strong that it didn't matter whether it was a man or a woman, old or young. Because of this, most of the people were worried for Chen Hao. Even the women, brothers and sisters, as well as King Ing, King Sword, and King Luoying, who knew that Chun Hao was abnormal, were a little worried. Although Chun Hao was strong, Su Junfeng was also unfathomable. Even they couldn't measure him, not to mention that he had turned Song Longyuan into his heavenly dragon battle pet. But although they were worried, they couldn't stop it, and they couldn't stop it. Chi. Chun Hao and Su Junfeng attacked at the same time. Just like Su Junfeng and Song Longyuan, they directly connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths, communicated with the celestial realm's celestial qi, and signed a supreme contract. Looking at the rolling celestial qi and Tao principles, Su Junfeng looked directly at Chun Hao and said confidently, "You're really from Shang Santian. Unfortunately, no matter who you are, you've met me, and your ending is already destined. However, it's also your luck to be able to follow me. Soon, you'll find that this may be the wisest decision in your life." Ha ha! Chapter 1466. What was the upper 3 heavens? In fact, Chen Hao only knew about it from Su Junfeng and Song Longyuan's duel. He didn't awaken any inherited memories, only the lost techniques. Therefore, his knowledge of the immortal world wasn't as much as the average person. But when Su Junfeng and Song Longyuan signed the contract, his powerful perception captured everything that happened between them clearly. Su Junfeng led Song Longyuan to the immortal world's upper 3 heavens, and now, Chun Hao was communicating with Su Junfeng at the same time. It was also because of this that Su Junfeng said so. "Don't talk nonsense. The contract is complete. Take out your heavenly dragon mount." Sensing that the power of the contract had already been added to his body, Chun Hao's originally slightly nervous expression suddenly became extremely calm. He looked directly at Su Junfeng and said, "Don't worry, there's no need to provoke me. The heavenly dragon mount is already a part of my strength. When it's time to take it out, I will naturally take it out. I just don't know if you have the qualifications to make me take it out. Come." Boom. Along with Su Junfeng's words, an aura that was as deep as the sea suddenly gushed out from his body. The majestic and condensed essence, energy, and spirit were like solid white jade pillars that rushed to the sky, connecting with the immortal qi that had yet to dissipate. Invincible momentum and terrifying pressure swept towards Chun Hao. Chi, Kacha. The terrifying aura seemed to carry the power of lightning. With Su Junfeng's body as the core, tiny lightning arcs appeared in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. Is this Su Junfeng's real aura? So strong. Countless people exclaimed. He's actually so strong. Even Chun Hao's pupils contracted at this moment, and his aura began to soar crazily. What kind of world is the upper 3 heavens? Don't tell me it's at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm? Chun Hao had refined Gu Xian's heavenly venerable godhead, but he didn't have any memories of the upper 3 heavens. To be precise, Gu Xian's memories were of the immortal world, and he didn't know there was an upper, middle, and lower 3 heavens. However, Gu Xian encountered the Great War of 3 Realms not long after he just stepped into Empyrean, perishing and reincarnating. Therefore, Chun Hao guessed that one would need to be at least a peak heavenly venerable to be able to touch upon the corresponding heavenly Tao laws and know the division of the celestial world. No matter what, winning this match is the key. Chun Hao's fighting spirit soared crazily. He was certain that this was the strongest opponent he had encountered since the start of the competition. And this was under the circumstance that the other party had not brought out the heavenly dragon mount. Although Chun Hao was full of confidence, he did not dare to be careless. At this moment, Chun Hao threw away all the distracting thoughts. What he had learned in his life flashed in his head like a movie. Eventually, it turned into thousands of basic symbols of power Upanishad that appeared in Chun Hao's head. It was also at this moment that a ball of light condensed from 7-colored celestial light appeared on Chun Hao's body, causing his already handsome appearance to be tainted with boundless celestial qi. It was as if an immortal had been banished to the world, causing the world to begin to tremble as boundless Tao laws surged. This is that dense aura, the resonance of Tao laws, and the shaking of heaven and earth caused all the cultivators to look at Shun Hao in surprise. Comprehending Tao? Su Junfeng frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He said, "Humph, you actually dare to comprehend Tao while fighting with me. Su Junfeng, truly, the ignorant are fearless. Moreover, I remember that you should have used the power of the Godhead, right? Ordinary people might not be able to see anything from this aura, but Su Junfeng could tell at a glance what Shun Hao wanted to do. Comprehending Tao. Comprehending one's own Tao, the strongest Tao. But when was this? If it were any other spirit of all things, encountering such a powerful opponent like Su Junfeng, they would definitely activate the power of the Godhead at the first moment and use the strongest Tao of their previous life, not comprehending Tao. After all, comprehending Tao required a long time and experience a lot of tempering before it was possible to obtain a little bit of improvement. It was only a possibility. This was also the reason why almost none of the spirits of all things that had appeared so far had been able to walk out a new Tao. But Shun Hao actually released the aura of comprehending Tao at this time, wanting to comprehend Tao in the battle with Su Junfeng. More importantly, in everyone's eyes, Shun Hao was someone who had already used the power of the Godhead. Once he used it, it meant that he had stepped onto the previous Tao. So how could he possibly comprehend a new Tao? Can you cut the crap? Come, let me see your true strength and see if you are qualified to be my servant, Shun Hao said proudly. As he spoke, he casually struck out with a palm. In an instant, brilliant light gushed out from Shun Hao's palm. That was endless, the simplest runes, but the moment they stepped out of Shun Hao's palm, they quickly combined into one profound and complicated rune after another at a speed that no one could capture, a total of 10,000 runes. Just as everyone thought that Shun Hao's attack had condensed into a single palm strike, everyone was shocked to see that the 10,000 runes that were shooting towards Su Junfeng at a terrifying speed suddenly began to superimpose on top of each other. 100 Daos combined into one, and the 10,000 Daos became 100 Daos. What a freakish control. Is this the Tao he comprehended, or is it an absolute art that he cultivated before? He should have cultivated it before. If he cultivated it before, then the aura on his body is clearly in the state of comprehending Tao. The first time he released it, it was the simplest runes without any combination. Some of the spirits of all living things and some of the experts who had comprehended their own Tao were shocked and confused at this time. This was really hard for them to understand. And at this time, just when the 100 runes were about to reach Su Junfeng, they actually condensed again. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly shook, and the entire deer chaser peak trembled violently. Humph! Very strong comprehension. But unfortunately, in front of me, it's just an insignificant skill. Break! Along with Su Junfeng's voice, his aura soared. But he didn't move at all, and he blasted a punch at Shun Hao's attack. Bang! Boom! 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 In an instant, a terrifying explosion occurred, and the two realms of yin and yang seemed to overlap. The mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked, and gravel flew everywhere. Even the seal's enchantment shook violently, and cracks appeared. One move, just one move, and it shocked everyone. What did it mean for the enchantment to crack? That was an enchantment condensed by 100 true immortal kings, and the two of them were just small fries in the Daluo Golden Wonderland. But is this the power of drawing on immortal chi? The power is so terrifying if they advance to the true immortal king realm. No, it's the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. I'm afraid they'll have the ability to kill ordinary, true immortal kings. Countless top experts were shocked, and they didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the two of them would be after advancing to the next realm. This is really enviable. What's the use of being envious? It's best not to compare with them. They're not something we can compare with at all. They're the reincarnations of the Almighty from the immortal world. Chapter 1467. That's right. No matter what, they were once all-powerful figures in the celestial world. Compared to them, we can only find a piece of tofu and kill ourselves. That's true. Su Junfeng is so strong. At this time, the raging energy and immortal light dispersed a little. Everyone was shocked to find that Su Junfeng stood proudly on the spot and did not retreat in the slightest. Meanwhile, Chun Hao, who had attacked first, took half a step back, leaving a footprint on the incomparably hard stage inscribed with complicated runes. That's all you've got? But for you, it's not bad. To be able to combine such a powerful technique in such a short time, even the strongest celestial emperors can't do that. Unfortunately, for me, it's just trash. Continue. Let me see if my future servant is worthy of an important position. Su Junfeng said proudly. Chi. With a calm expression, Chun Hao, who was surrounded by a colorful halo and a dense fog, ignored Su Junfeng and directly waved his palm again. Chi. Chi. But this time it was not one palm, but 5 palm strikes in a row. Every palm strike had tens of thousands of the simplest and most basic runes surging out. 5 palm strikes meant 50,000 runes. What? At this time, not to mention the others, even Su Junfeng showed a look of surprise. However, he still stood with his hands behind his back, motionless. Although he was surprised by such talent and comprehension and the control of so many basic runes, it did not really enter his eyes. To be precise, as long as Chun Hao was in the state of enlightenment, in his opinion, he could not be shaken unless Chun Hao used the strongest technique of the Godhead Tao. Condense, condense, and condense again. After 3 condenses, the 50,000 most basic runes formed an attack that was 10 times stronger than the first attack. As for Su Junfeng, he still punched out at the last moment. In the end, Chun Hao took another step back, while Su Junfeng's figure only swayed a little. He looked at Chun Hao with interest, but there was also a hint of mockery in his eyes as he said, "Very good. Even though you haven't displayed the Godhead Grand Tao from before, I can be sure that you're already a little stronger than my heavenly dragon mount. I hope you have the ability to continue. As you wish. Chi, 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 chi." This time, Chun Hao struck out with both palms, and in an instant he struck out 10 palms. Similarly, each of the palms contained 10,000 of the most basic and simplest runes. 10 palms were equivalent to 100,000 runes. Double? 100,000? This time, Su Junfeng's pupil shrank. He was truly shocked. 50,000 of the simplest runes were still within his ability. He could even make 60,000, 70,000, or 80,000. However, 80,000 was his limit. It was the limit of the most basic and simplest runes that he knew, and also the limit of the number that he could control. But at this moment, Chun Hao actually raised it to 100,000. In his opinion, this was simply inconceivable. After all, he was an existence that everyone in the upper 3 heavens looked up to. If he couldn't do it, how could Chun Hao do it? Impossible. How could he have learned so many basic runes? How is it possible to control 100,000 Daos at the same time? In the intense shock, Su Junfeng could no longer remain calm. Boom! His battle intent, which had already reached its peak, exploded at this moment. Chi! At the same time, he took a step forward. He moved with the wind and immortal Chi, and directly attacked Chun Hao at an unimaginable speed. Even if doing so would lose the awesome image that he had created before, Su Junfeng didn't care at all. It was just like how he didn't deny that he would use the heavenly dragon mount at the beginning. In a battle, when you could act tough, you would act tough. When you couldn't act tough, you would explode without hesitation. Winning the battle was the ultimate goal. In the face of victory, everything was fleeting. This was also one of the terrifying aspects of Su Junfeng. What? However, when he wanted to use a fast attack to disrupt Chun Hao's comprehension of the ultimate technique, Su Junfeng was shocked to find that he couldn't pass through the 100,000 runes that were completely independent and hadn't condensed into any magical power. Those runes, as he approached, quickly retreated along with Chun Hao's retreat, making him, who was astonishingly fast, unable to get close at all. To be precise, the distance between him and Chun Hao was astonishingly consistent. No matter how he accelerated, there was no change in the slightest. This feeling was as if Chun Hao was a shadow, and the 100,000 runes were Chun Hao's shadow. Like a shadow, they flew around the huge arena. And in the process of flying, the 100,000 runes condensed at a relatively constant speed. What kind of concept was this? Chun Hao's expression didn't change at all, as if what he was doing at this moment was nothing special. However, Su Junfeng and all the cultivators who were watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. How amazing of a control ability was needed to do this? How powerful of a speed was needed to coordinate with it? How powerful of a state of mind and willpower was needed to ignore Su Junfeng's attack? Any weak point wouldn't be able to do what Chun Hao did. No wonder Li Yuan dared to comprehend Dao and create an absolute art during the battle. Until this time, everyone finally understood where Chun Hao's power lay. All right, I admit this time I really misjudged. However, no matter how great your talent is, don't think about beating me. Come out. Roar. A heavenly dragon's roar that reverberated throughout heaven and earth suddenly erupted. A golden light flashed, and a heavenly dragon mount stepped out from between Su Junfeng's brows. It was its original form, but its size was only 1,000 feet. Su Junfeng directly stepped onto the dragon's neck, man and dragon becoming one. When beasts recognized a master, that was a battle pet. The aura of the battle pet and master were completely one. Under this kind of unity situation, it was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Kill. Su Junfeng ordered. Roar. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The heavenly dragon mount's power and aura immediately fused into Su Junfeng frantically. At the same time, its bloody maw spewed out one powerful dragon breath after another. This was the heavenly dragon race's innate ability. It didn't dare to say that it could ignore all laws, but it could ignore many laws. And at this moment, with the heavenly dragon mount's energy and speed bonus, Su Junfeng's speed and condensed ability instantly soared to a terrifying level. However, it's useless. Chun Hao's indifferent and calm voice came out from the high-speed moving storm. What was shocking was that Chun Hao and Chun Hao's 100,000 runes still maintained the same distance from Su Junfeng. It was truly like a shadow following the body, a maggot in the bone. And at this time, everyone discovered that Li Yuan's aura didn't seem to have the slightest change. So how could his speed soar? Could it be that his speed came because of Su Junfeng? Is it a kind of ability? Someone guessed. What kind of ability is this? And at this time, the shocked Su Junfeng also asked the doubts in everyone's heart. Chapter 1468. Now you know it's a divine ability? It's not a divine ability. It's just an application of the true meaning of profound meaning. You won't understand even if I tell you. Chun Hao said in a disdainful tone, "Don't waste your energy. Obediently gather your strength and face my new ultimate technique head-on. You're lucky to be my tester because you'll be the first person to witness the most powerful great Tao." Arrogant. The strongest great Tao. You want the strongest great Tao? You're dreaming. Even the strongest person in Shang Santian wouldn't dare to boast like that. Come on, I'll give you a chance to test it. Can you not give it to me? Chun Hao said disdainfully. At this moment, Chun Hao was using a secret technique that he had comprehended based on the Yin God and Yang God's profound meaning under the space-time law of the Godhead. He didn't need to spend much energy at all. He only needed to lock onto his opponent, and he could move automatically with his opponent's movements. No matter what, he couldn't get close. Don't talk nonsense, come on. I want you to know that my absolute power is not something you can compete with. Su Junfeng was choked by Chun Hao's words. That was the truth. If Chun Hao didn't want to fight with him, he really couldn't do anything. This divine ability was too abnormal. Buzz. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. The first fusion of 100,000 runes was completed. It was still 100 runes combined into 1,000 runes. Then, the second fusion began. It was also 100 runes combined into 10 runes. At this moment, the aura of each of the 10 runes had reached an extremely terrifying level. Su Junfeng was still fine, but the heavenly dragon mount under his feet, which was Long Yuan, was currently flashing with intense shock in its huge dragon eyes. He had never expected Hua Li Yuan to be so powerful. Of course, although he lost at the beginning, he thought that he lost to the chaotic heavenly beast diagram. Now, he was very clear that he couldn't complain about losing to Su Junfeng. It should be his honor to be able to recognize Su Junfeng as his master. However, he didn't expect Li Yuan to have the strength to compete with Su Junfeng. Moreover, Su Junfeng was completely in a passive situation when he didn't reveal his strongest strength. Li Yuan is so strong. This was what countless people were thinking at this moment. The resonance of 10,000 Daos had always been used to describe the strength of the supreme Daos. However, when had anyone ever seen 10,000 Daos appear at the same time? No, that was just an adjective. But today they saw it in Hua Li Yuan, a cultivator of the Daoyuo Golden Wonderland. Not 10,000, but 100,000. Wong. Finally, the 10 runes fused into one, and the divine ability was formed. It transformed into a sword light that tore apart heaven and earth and pierced through the sky. It carried an invincible momentum, boundless power, and boundless pressure as it charged towards Su Junfeng, who was madly circulating his energy and ultimate technique. At this moment, everyone's attention was captured by the sword of light that Shunhao condensed from 100,000 talisman markings. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to have stopped, time and space seemed to have frozen, all sound had vanished, all scenes had vanished, and only this sword of light remained. Chi. Crack. Rumble. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. In the void, the immortal chi that had been channeled by the two of them to battle suddenly tore the space apart restlessly. In an instant, it condensed into a tribulation cloud that blasted towards Chunhao. Heavenly punishment. Heaven-defying punishment. Moreover, it seemed to be a heavenly punishment that came directly from the immortal world. This was because none of the cultivators present could sense the fluctuations of heaven and earth. Moreover, this lightning contained boundless and terrifying immortal chi, which was many times stronger and purer than the immortal chi that had been channeled by the two of them previously. The only explanation was that this lightning came from the immortal world. What did a heaven-defying punishment from the immortal world mean? It meant that Shunhao's sword of 100,000 talisman markings had already reached the heaven-defying condition even in the immortal world. This sudden change caused countless people to exclaim in surprise. Ha ha ha! Su Junfeng, however, let out an excited laugh. Rumble. It was also at this moment that Shunhao's sword attack collided with Su Junfeng's attack that was condensed from the power of Long Yuan, but it was annihilated by the endless lightning and immortal light. Chi. At this moment, Su Junfeng stepped on the heavenly dragon and retreated at the fastest speed out of the range of the lightning. Die. You actually triggered a heaven-defying punishment from the upper three heavens of the immortal world. Since ancient times, no one has been able to withstand it. You will die without a doubt. Ha ha ha. Su Junfeng's excited voice resounded through heaven and earth. Su Junfeng was very clear that heaven-defying punishments were also divided into different levels. In the great wide world, there was no qualification to descend heavenly punishment on people like them because their state of mind, while comprehension of the laws of heaven and divine abilities had already surpassed any other world, including the great world of CND, the lower three heavens, and the middle three heavens of the immortal world. However, it had to be said that the heaven-defying punishments of the great wide world, the lower three heavens, and the middle three heavens were not fatal. To be precise, they should be beneficial to cultivators. Of course, one had to grasp a slim chance of survival. This was the proof of having the qualifications to step into a higher plane. The heaven-defying punishment was the plane that erupted. However, the upper three heavens of the immortal world was different. That could be said to be the home of all cultivators. The upper three heavens was the highest plane for cultivators. What did it mean to defy the heavens of the upper three heavens of the immortal world? It meant that this was a genius that had not been seen in the upper three heavens of the immortal world for hundreds of millions of years. It meant that he had the possibility of reaching a plane that was even stronger than the upper three heavens of the immortal world. But at the same time, it also meant death. Yes, in the records of the upper three heavens of the immortal world, there is no lack of people with heaven-defying divine abilities in the endless river of time. Unfortunately, once they triggered a heaven-defying punishment, there was only one result for them: death. The heavens would not tolerate it. There were no exceptions. At least, there were no exceptions in the records. So what if it's a heaven-defying punishment from the upper three heavens? It was also at this moment that Chun Hao raised his head and looked at the indescribably terrifying lightning that was completely condensed from immortal chi. His figure that stood proudly was still straight. His handsome face and pitch-black eyes that were like the stars in the night sky were still as calm as before. Although all of this was unexpected, at this moment he was not afraid. He said these words softly. His voice was soft and cold, but it cut through the sky, penetrated the lightning, covered Su Junfeng's laughter, and clearly entered everyone's ears. Arrogance. Arrogance. This was the true arrogance that came from the bones, the true arrogance that looked down on the world. At this moment, unparalleled essence, energy, and spirit burst out from Chun Hao's body. His third eye opened, his black hair flew, and his Taoist robe fluttered. But what was more shocking was that Chun Hao did not use any protective divine ability at this moment. There was not a single rune flickering all over his body. This was clearly the rhythm of resisting the heaven-defying punishment. Chapter 1469. The heavenly punishment, whether it was the great heavenly punishment caused by the advancement of a big realm, the heavenly punishment caused by a small realm in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, or the heaven-defying punishment, were all targeted at the person who triggered the heavenly punishment. No matter where the person who triggered the heavenly punishment was, the heavenly punishment would appear above him. Moreover, the range of the heavenly punishment was based on the law of space and time around the person who triggered it. This meant that in the arena, under the powerful law of space, the aura of the heaven-defying punishment could only be sensed by a limited number of people. After all, the arena was a fighting space with a radius of tens of billions of miles. However, such a limited effect was enough to make people feel horrified. They couldn't imagine how strong the heaven-defying punishment was. The heaven-defying punishment was mainly targeted at Chun Hao. How strong was the heaven-defying punishment? However, Chun Hao chose to take it head-on. In the eyes of everyone, Chun Hao was simply crazy. In particular, Su Junfeng's words had clearly told everyone that this was the heaven-defying punishment of the upper three heavens in the immortal realm. Since ancient times, no one who triggered it could survive. Crack! The indescribably terrifying lightning finally descended. Boundless immortal chi and boundless Tao laws condensed into lightning, instantly annihilating Chun Hao's soaring spirit, chi, and spirit, and striking him squarely. Chi, chi, creak, creak, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless blue electric arcs and flames appeared on Chun Hao's body. His incomparably powerful body turned pitch black. Cracks and small-scale explosions appeared on his body. The blood and flesh spurting out of his body turned into powder in a flash under the terrifying thunder. Terrifying. Only the word terrifying could describe what everyone was feeling at this moment. All the people who knew Chun Hao were sweating for Chun Hao at this moment. In particular, the women were so nervous that their bodies trembled and they clenched their fists tightly. However, it had to be said that after accompanying Chun Hao through countless life-or-death crises that seemed impossible to return to, the women and Chen Hao's brothers and sisters had become more tenacious. Otherwise, they would have been scared to death at this time. That's all you've got. The moment the first thunderbolt disappeared, Chen Hao, who no longer looked like a human, was still standing proudly. He looked down on the world and coldly spat out 4 words. Crack, crack, crack. Stage after stage came crashing down one after another. Su Junfeng was forced to retreat further and further. Fortunately, the space laws of the stage were extremely powerful. Retreating 100 billion miles wasn't a problem. But even so, that increasingly terrifying pressure made him feel like his heart was about to break. But Chen Hao actually held on time and time again, forcefully withstanding it. Impossible, impossible. How could he resist the heaven-defying punishment of the upper 3 heavens? Furthermore, he was resisting it head-on? Absolutely impossible. Impossible. Su Junfeng couldn't believe his eyes, but that was the truth. Whether he believed it or not, it was all laid bare in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. No one knew how much pain Chen Hao was enduring at this moment. At the same time, no one knew how excited Chen Hao was at this moment. When the heaven-defying punishment descended and he sensed the terrifying aura, he was indeed shocked. He also felt the threat of death at the first moment. But it was only a split second before his state of mind changed. A new divine ability awakened spontaneously in his mind. A peerless divine ability that used heaven-defying punishment as a means to temper his body. Chen Hao had just integrated with 2 godheads, 1 heavenly venerable godhead, and several of his fates. Even if he had truly integrated with the godheads, it was impossible for him to integrate all of them into one without any conflict between them. But the appearance of this heaven-defying punishment made all of this possible. Tempered 1,000 times, there was no tempering effect that could surpass heaven-defying punishment. Moreover, it was the heaven-defying punishment from the upper 3 heavens. Pain, incomparable pain. But Chen Hao could clearly feel the flaws in his soul and the impurities in his body that he could no longer sense were being expelled under the heaven-defying punishment's tempering. Unfortunately, the heaven-defying punishment's duration was too short. It couldn't completely temper Chen Hao. Even the heaven-defying punishment can't destroy you. It seems like after the Great War of the 3 Realms, the current heaven-defying punishment is no longer the same as before. Then, I, Su Junfeng, will punish you on behalf of the heavens. Die. Wong. The instant the heaven-defying punishment disappeared, the shocked Su Junfeng merged with his Sky Dragon battle pet and attacked Chen Hao. Song Longyuan's Sky Dragon Godhead, Su Junfeng's own godhead, a godhead that was many times stronger than Gu Xian's heavenly venerable Gu Xian's godhead, fully bloomed at this moment. A terrifying pressure swept out, dimming the heavens and earth. Despicable, shameless bastard. At this moment, countless people cursed loudly. The heaven-defying punishment was different from the heaven-defying punishment when one's cultivation level was increased. When one passed the heaven-defying punishment, there would be no return of energy. This meant that Chen Hao, who had just passed the heaven-defying punishment, was at his weakest. Just by looking at his dark and swarthy appearance that no longer resembled a human, it was enough to show that at this moment, Chen Hao was probably only supported by his arrogance that looked down on the world. But Su Junfeng chose to attack at this moment. This was indeed extremely shameless. But he didn't violate the rules of the competition. What could the crowd do? Wong. But just as Su Junfeng's attack was about to hit Chen Hao, the deformed Chen Hao's body shook. The resplendent rainbow light appeared again. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Even the heavens can't destroy me. Are you worthy? Scram. Boom. The dark and swarthy Chen Hao punched out. Everyone could clearly see that Chen Hao's arms and fists had almost no flesh left. But as his power bloomed, the dark flesh disappeared. Everyone could see the sparkling and translucent jade-like bones that were emitting endless divine light and seemed to contain thunder and lightning. Bang! There was no divine ability, just a simple punch, but it easily broke through Su Junfeng's sure-kill attack and landed squarely on Su Junfeng's chest. Ah, rumble! Su Junfeng was extremely frightened. His screams and the sound of a terrifying explosion were heard at the same time. Even though he had transformed into the heavenly dragon battle pet's armor, his chest was still pierced through by Chun Hao's simple and violent punch. On the other hand, Chun Hao gently withdrew the skeleton hand, and his entire body suddenly shook violently like a cat shaking off the water on its body. It was also at this moment that incomparably resplendent, immortal light bloomed from his body, and at the same time, an unbelievably majestic and pure life force spread out from between his eyebrows. In the next moment, the extraordinarily handsome Chun Hao appeared in front of everyone again. Swish! Without giving too much time to imagine, Chun Hao directly tore the void and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, bang! A giant foot that seemed to be able to crush the heavens and the earth appeared out of thin air in front of Su Junfeng, who was flying backward but couldn't stop himself even if he wanted to, and directly stepped on him to the ground. Chapter 1470. Everyone looked at this incredible scene in shock. They could not believe what they were seeing. One kick, the insufferably arrogant and unfathomable Su Junfeng, who had fused with the equally powerful heavenly dragon mount and fully activated the terrifying power of his godhead, was actually trampled under Li Yuan's foot. Like a dead dog, Su Junfeng couldn't even move. This kick was also extremely simple. It did not contain any law of magic, but it ignored all laws of Tao and went straight to the origin of the great Tao. All the cultivators on Zhulu Peak fell into a dead silence. They stared blankly at the handsome and cold Chun Hao, too shocked to speak. There was no most heaven-defying, only more heaven-defying. How heaven-defying was Li Yuan? It was unimaginable. Even the masters on the rostrum, such as the Star River King, were dumbfounded. How is this a battle in the Daluo Golden Wonderland? Even the absolute power, which was the most restricted by one's realm, was not something that the masters of the Daluo Golden Wonderland could possess. Even the top geniuses of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, including the top 10 this time, were not as good as Li Yuan, let alone his state of mind, while unique techniques and comprehension of the heavenly Tao. This was not something that could be measured by the inherent thinking of the great world of CND. Puff! Chun Hao's expression was calm and cold. His foot, which was blooming with 7-colored immortal light, stepped on Su Junfeng's chest, which was almost completely penetrated by the previous punch, and pressed down bit by bit. Su Junfeng's mouth was full of blood. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. We have a contract. If I lose, I'll be your man. No matter how he resisted, there was no effect. Su Junfeng knew that if he did not speak, he might face death. Is that so? Then why did you want to punish me on behalf of the heavens? No, I just felt your strength, so I seized the best opportunity to defeat you. Do you believe your own words? Chun Hao said disdainfully, a person like you is not worthy to be my servant. Chi. No, Puff. After Chun Hao finished speaking, he did not give Su Junfeng a chance to speak again. He pointed a finger, and a sword-like immortal light pierced through Su Junfeng's forehead. There was not much energy fluctuation, but Su Junfeng, who had surpassed the reincarnation of an Empyrean, widened his eyes and lost focus. The vitality of his body was annihilated in an instant. Su Junfeng dead. Then, Su Junfeng's corpse, as well as the floating godhead that Chun Hao controlled, directly fused into Chun Hao's forehead. This also meant that the heavenly beast chaos diagram and everything that belonged to Su Junfeng would be taken over by Chun Hao. At this moment, Song Long Yuan, who had merged with Su Junfeng, separated from Su Junfeng's body and returned to his human form. His face was terrifyingly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Chun Hao. You are my spoils of war, right? Chun Hao stared at Song Long Yuan and said calmly. However, in Song Long Yuan's eyes, at this moment, Chun Hao was like a high and mighty demon that controlled all living things. He hurriedly replied, Yes. Yes, that's good. Open your soul. Yes. After hearing Chen Hao's words, Song Longyuan knew that the terrifying Li Yuan had no intention of killing him. This made him feel a lot more relieved. Why would he hesitate? He directly opened his soul residence and sincerely opened it for Chen Hao. Chen Hao directly fused his imprint into Song Longyuan's soul. Like signing a master-servant contract with a beast, he turned Song Longyuan into his battle pet. Then, Song Longyuan fused into Chen Hao's forehead. In the arena, it became Chen Hao who stood proudly alone. Li Yuan, Li Yuan, Li Yuan. At this moment, Li Yuan's name began to resound throughout the entire Deer Chaser Peak. Chen Hao smiled slightly. When the host announced his victory, he returned to the team from the University of Dahua. Everyone looked at Chen Hao with fanatical eyes. Li Yuan was also crowned with the title of the Almighty from Shang Santian in the Immortal Realm. As for what it was, no one knew. After all, Su Junfeng was the one who knew the most about Shang Santian. Now, Su Junfeng was dead. However, this was no longer important. Everyone was sure that Li Yuan of the University of Dahua would have a bright future. Brotherly, congratulations on winning the first place. You are a great person who doesn't hold a grudge against me. I was blind before. I hope that you will let bygones be bygones and let me follow you. I will not hesitate to be at your beck and call. To everyone's surprise, Zhan Yuanzhao took the initiative to stand in front of Chen Hao and bowed. Moreover, he bowed and did not get up, waiting for Chen Hao's reply. Although Zhan Yuanzhao was thousands of miles away from Chen Hao, he was still one of the top 10. Moreover, he was also the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. However, he took the initiative to kneel and pledge his loyalty to Chen Hao. This made everyone a little dumbfounded. In everyone's opinion, Zhan Yuanzhao would definitely be the target of all the major forces. Li Yuan would not reject such a subordinate. You are not worthy. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Hao said directly, "Get lost." Yes, thank you. Zhan Yuanzhao lowered his head even more. He did not beg anymore. After a deep bow, he took a few steps back and flew away as if he had been pardoned. His back was already wet with cold sweat. No one knew the fear in his heart. To be able to kill Su Junfeng, to be able to make Song Longyuan obedient, and to be able to trigger the heaven-defying punishment, he was not someone he could offend. He was destined to be an existence he could only look up to. If he did not apologize and admit his mistake at this time, in the future, with just a thought from the other party, he might turn into ashes. Now, although Chen Hao did not accept him, he asked him to get lost. This also meant that he would not pursue his previous insults. At this moment, to everyone's shock, the Celestial River King went directly to Chen Hao with a gratified smile and said, "Disciple, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful inheritance. Even Master can't help but feel jealous. Celestial River King, your disciple is dead. Although he was my life, it was a life I did not want. At this moment, he has been completely refined by me, and even his memories no longer exist." Chen Hao smiled and said calmly, "Once upon a time, not to mention facing the powerful Celestial River King, Chen Hao felt like he was treading on thin ice. There was no other way. He was too weak, and the Celestial River King was too strong. Once there was a slight mistake, it would mean destruction. It was not something he could compete with at all. But now, Chen Hao looked directly at the Celestial River King in front of him, without the slightest fear, and said what he wanted to say. Disciple? Chen Hao wanted to vomit. Under the premise that he had enough strength to protect himself, how could he resist the urge to vomit and pretend to be polite to the Celestial River King? The Celestial River King's face suddenly sank. Chapter 1471. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he was the #1 person in the great world of CND. Who dared to talk to him like this? However, the Star River King did not fly into a rage directly. Instead, he stared at Chen Hao and said, "Do you think so? That's the truth." Chen Hao still said calmly, "Hiss." It was at this time that Sword King Chen Hao, King Ying, and King Luoying came to Chen Hao's side, looking dignified. Although they knew that the Star River King would make a move, they did not expect the Star River King to be so impatient. The top 10 competition of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm had not yet begun. Well, you are indeed the reincarnation of a mighty figure in the immortal world. After awakening the inheritance, you don't recognize me as your master. Don't forget, even your original body has cultivated my 9 lives mysterious technique. Since you have abandoned your master and refused to recognize me as your master, then I don't care what kind of reincarnation you are, I will take back my magical power, the Star River King said coldly. Chun Hao was slightly stunned. He did not expect the Star River King to be so direct and so impatient. This was unexpected. In Chun Hao's view, the number 1 person in the great world of CND should more or less care about his image in front of the public. Even if he wanted to eat, he should not eat in such an unsightly manner. But he just had to eat in such an unsightly manner. You're not my master, so how can you talk about abandoning your master? Betraying the Tao is even more outrageous. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. As for the 9 lives mysterious technique, what does it have to do with you? I've just killed a person with the 9 lives mysterious technique and comprehended a life technique that is completely different from yours. Why do you have to take it back? Don't think that you can do anything to me just because you are the number 1 person in the great world of CND. If I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me. Since it had come to this point, Chun Hao did not need to retreat. He looked at the Star River King arrogantly and said. As he spoke, the aura around his body became unusually erratic, as if he could break through the air at any time. Xiao Xinghe, how can you do this? Qi. At this moment, Princing stood in front of Chun Hao and questioned. Celestial River King, I'm afraid this is not appropriate, right? Chun Tianhe was only one of Li Yuan's lives, and it was a life that was filled with evil thoughts. It was understandable that Li Yuan had destroyed everything that belonged to him and only recognized his true self. We've discussed this before. Sword King Qin Taishu took a step forward and said, although the aura on his body did not change at all, his eyes became several times brighter. It was obvious that he was not as calm as he looked. Hundreds of millions of years have passed. Xiao Xinghe, not only have you not changed, you've even improved. You just want the heavenly beast chaos diagram and the godheads of Li Yuan and the others. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Abandoned teacher? What kind of teacher are you? Betraying the Tao was even more ridiculous. If you want to touch him, I, Luo Ying, will be the first to stop you. Luo Ying King was even more direct. Those words hit the nail on the head, causing Celestial River King's face to turn green. Good. I, Xiao Xinghe, have treated the 2 of you well. Everyone knows my feelings for you, especially Ying. In the end, you fell out with me because of Li Yuan? Ha. Qin Taishu. And you, how have I treated you? It seems that I, Xiao Xinghe, have been silent for too long. Do you really think you can stop me? Boom! Celestial River King's aura suddenly soared, and a terrifying pressure swept through the world. Unlike the pressure that Gu Xian, Wei Wufa, and the other spirits of all living things used to activate their godheads, Celestial River King's pressure was substantial, and it was the double pressure of absolute power and realm. Crack! At this moment, even Chun Hao, who was enduring the heaven-defying punishment, had his bones creaking because of the oppressive pressure. As for the surrounding cultivators from the University of Dahua, they couldn't withstand this substantial pressure and fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, countless people screamed and looked at the sudden change in shock. No one thought that Celestial River King would suddenly flip out, and no one thought that King Ying, the new generation of Sword King, and Luo Ying King would stand against Celestial River King at the same time because of Dahua Academy's Li Yuan. Seal. Qi. Celestial River King waved his hand, and the entire Deer Chaser peak suddenly bloomed with endless immortal light. Terrifying runes condensed in the void and directly sealed the entire Deer Chaser peak. The moment before Celestial River King stepped on Chun Hao, The cultivators responsible for broadcasting the competition in the immortal world had stopped under Celestial River King's order. Sure enough, it was premeditated. Xiao Xinghe, you're really despicable. Ha ha ha. Despicable? Anyone in the world can say that I, Xiao Xinghe, am despicable, but you are not qualified. How'd I, Xiao Xinghe, treat you? Even if you betrayed me and made me a cuckold, how did I treat you? What qualifications do you have to say that I'm despicable? I've never given up on you for hundreds of millions of years, and I've been waiting for you to change your mind. I believe that one day you will understand my heart, but now, haha, you've fallen out with me again because of a person you just met not long ago. Ha ha ha. Luo Ying, I've wronged you, but is it wrong for a man like me to have a few more women? Don't talk nonsense. King Ying was so angry that his lips trembled. It was fine if he did not mention the past, but when he did, King Ying could not control his emotions. So you're right? How did you get me? Bah, shameless man. What does Ying have to do with you? She made you a cuckold? What an unreasonable lunatic. Are you living in your own world? King Luo Ying said angrily. Enough. Luo Ying, remember, you forced me to do this. Chen Hao, leave now. King Ying sensed the terrifying aura of Celestial River King and said sternly, Chi. Chen Hao withstood the terrifying pressure of Celestial River King, and the colorful immortal light between his eyebrows directly enveloped Chen Shui and the other girls, as well as Chun Nan, who was going to participate in the Grand Miss Supremacy Realm's top 10 ranking competition, and many brothers and sisters, including Ruolin and Ruoxian. Of course, Chen Hao did not want to leave at this time. If he wanted to, he could leave at any time. He was just afraid that his own people would be hurt, so he kept them in his mind space first. However, to Chen Hao's surprise, Ruoxian pulled Ruolin and shook her head at Chen Hao, refusing to step into Chen Hao's mind space. Ruolin was puzzled. However, Ruoxian pulled Ruolin, and the aura around her changed dramatically. The aura of the highest realm of the 9 Lives mysterious technique, the Great Change technique, and the Bloodline Origin aura. At this moment, Ruolin looked at Ruoxian in shock. Her eyes widened, and her delicate body began to tremble. All this time, she only thought that Ruoxian was her best sister and would never be separated. She even had to choose a sister for her Tao companion. But now, she sensed an aura that scared her. It was an aura that was completely connected to Ruoxian's aura and the same origin aura. Chapter 1472. Similarly, when the Star River King looked at Ruoxian and Ruolan in shock, everyone looked at them, wondering why the Star River King was so shocked. Don't be afraid. We will always be sisters. Ruoxian held Ruolan's hand tightly and said softly. After that, she looked at the Star River King. Her eyes became extremely cold, and her voice was even colder. If you want to kill them, kill us too. You. The Celestial River King sensed the familiar aura, and the terrifying energy fluctuations around him weakened. His voice trembled as he spoke. You're my little sister, you're finally back. Is this true? My mother is dead. What? You your mother? You. Bang. When the Star River King heard Ruoxian's words, he suddenly looked as if he had suffered a huge blow. He, a half-step immortal emperor, fell from the void and sat on the ground in a daze. He looked at Ruoxian and Ruolan with a complicated expression. No. This is impossible. Ah. The Star River King seemed to be unable to bear the sudden news. He held his head toward the void and left in a flash. No one knew what was going on. Even Prince Ying, Chen Hao, and the others did not know why the Star River King was so shocked by Ruoxian's words. Ruoxian, who watched the Star River King disappear, burst into tears at this moment, her delicate body trembling. Ruoxian pulled Ruolan, who was also crying but did not know why she was crying. Ruolan was crying because of Ruoxian. She walked in front of Chen Hao and said softly, "Let us in, okay." Chen Hao did not ask why. He could feel that even if he asked, Ruoxian would not tell him. Perhaps it was the pain in her heart that she did not want to mention to anyone. Everyone was not surprised that Chunhao the Daluo Golden Wonderland took living people into his mind space. The reincarnation of a powerful figure in the immortal world was not something they could predict. Anything was possible. With the departure of the Star River King, the tense atmosphere disappeared. The top figures on the rostrum naturally became the focus of everyone. The competition that was held once in 1,000 years could not end prematurely. It had to go on. Therefore, after a simple discussion, the host announced the official start of the Grand Miss Supremacy Realm's top 10 ranking competition. Leaving the Celestial River King would not affect the competition in any way. After all, this competition had already been held countless times, and the process had already been set. All they needed was a host to host a show. However, the Daluo Golden Wonderland's heaven-defying display, the Star River King's outburst, and his departure made everyone completely lose their passion. Even the top 10 of the Grand Miss Supremacy Realm lost their fighting spirit. They only wanted to end this quickly and leave as soon as possible. Because everyone felt that from today onwards, the great world of C&D would lose its former peace. Perhaps all the rules and order would be overturned. A great era had descended, and a chaotic era was about to arrive, because the first person was the Celestial River King, and also because of the reincarnations of many almighty experts from the immortal world. More importantly, the Celestial World Gate had already loosened. This day might be the beginning of a new era and the arrival of a new era. The Grand Miss Supremacy Realm's top 10 ranking competition ended in a dull manner. Although Chanen had achieved a good result of third place, it did not attract much attention. Subsequently, after combining the results of the team competition and the individual competition, the arbitration group announced the new academy's grade and ranking. The Dahua Academy was directly promoted from a first-class academy to a top academy, and it was ranked 24th. It could be said that it had soared to the sky. What was even more amazing was that King Ying, King of Swords Chen Taishu, and King Luoying, who was already in the Dahua Academy, were announced at the same time as the honorary dean of the Dahua Academy. The competition that affected the entire cultivation world was finally over. Chi! When the academy teams and cultivators on Zhilu Peak left Zhilu Peak one after another, Kong Ying, Tang Haoyan, Zhan Yuanzhao, who had left on his own before, and the other spirits of all creation who had been exposed became the targets of top experts. Moreover, there was more than one person following them. The doubts of the Godhead were undoubtedly huge. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, an ordinary man's wealth would arouse the envy of others. In order to improve their cultivation, many cultivators dared to do anything. Among these stalkers, there was no doubt that the Galaxy King's Shao family had the most experts. However, this had nothing to do with Chun Hao. He returned to Dahua Academy with Chang Wanxiang and the other cultivators of the Dahua Academy. No one dared to follow him because he had King Ying, King's Sword, and King Luoying by his side. With such a lineup, only the Galaxy King would dare to make a move. Unfortunately, the Galaxy King was probably still unconscious at this moment. Chen Hao, what are your plans next? In the transmission of the Galaxy Tunnel, King Ying looked at the calm Chen Hao and asked. After going through such a big event, Chen Hao at this moment acted as if nothing had happened. He was so calm that it was terrifying. King Ying and the others did not think that the Galaxy King would give up so easily. They knew the character of the Galaxy King best. No matter what the reason was, at most, it would cause him to fall into a dilemma temporarily. No one, nothing, could stop his Tao unless you had greater strength. Otherwise, anyone who tried to stop his Tao would die. Step into the Hongming domain, Chun Hao said. That's true. You have reached the peak of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. It is indeed time to advance to the Grand Miss Supremacy Realm, but you can't do it in the Hongming domain of the great world of C&D. Why? The half-step immortal Emperor Galaxy King more or less controls part of the great world of C&D. He can control part of the Hongming domain. If you go in, we can't protect you at all. Oh, so I suggest you go back. All right, I don't need any opponents to train myself now. The Hongming domain of the chaotic Grand Thousand Worlds is definitely not worse than the great world of CND. It will only be stronger. Chen Hao said. After hearing Chen Hao's words, Chen Taishi was relieved and said, I say, brother, can you tell us about the immortal world? Are you really the reincarnation of a mighty figure from the upper three heavens of the immortal world? Ahem, uncle, I can't afford to be called that. Well, it's good that I didn't call you senior. After all, you are the reincarnation of a mighty figure from the immortal world. Although you are my nephew in this life, how can I call you that? Chen Taishu said. This was the truth. Facing a reincarnation of a mighty figure from the immortal world, he really didn't know how to address him. Uncle, you don't have to worry about this. First, I haven't awakened my memories, so I don't know who I am. Second, even if I awaken everything, I am still the current me. Nothing will change. You are still my uncle. As for the immortal world, hiss. As Chen Hao spoke, 3 rays of memory light condensed between his eyebrows and appeared in front of Chen Taishu, King Ying, and King Luo Ying. This is the basic information about the immortal world that I obtained from Gu Xian. I don't know myself. Chen Hao said, take a look. Chapter 1473, Dahlia College. When Chen Hao and the others arrived at Dahlia College, they received a warm welcome from the teachers and disciples of Dahlia College, as well as countless cultivators in Dahlia City. Li Yuan's name resounded throughout the world. He had become the most outstanding person in Dahlia College, and even Dahlia Planet. At this moment, even though Chen Hao did not deliberately gather the power of faith, he could clearly feel the terrifying increase in the power of faith. Of course, Chen Hao knew that this did not only come from Dahlia Planet, but also from many cultivators in the great world of CND. All of this was due to the power of faith gathered from worship. What also surprised Chen Hao was that by the time they arrived at Dahua Academy, the entire Dahua Academy had undergone an astonishing transformation. Although it still couldn't be compared to the #1 Zhilu Academy, it was now countless times stronger than Dahua Academy in terms of area, heaven and earth spiritual qi, and heavenly Tao laws. Astonishingly, this was already a genuine top-notch academy. It's done so quickly. The Dahlia College's disciples could not help but ask. It was done not long after the results were announced. The college ranking competition has been through countless tournaments and has a mature format. The Alliance can reshuffle the cards within 2 hours and distribute the resources according to the rankings. The Alliance is so powerful. Many people were surprised, and Chen Hao was no exception. You should know that the 3,000 main planets were condensed by the Alliance. Isn't it a piece of cake for them to change the world? This is a top college, and it's ranked 24th. This is all thanks to Li Yuan. Cheng Wanxiang said with a slightly excited expression. Now that he had returned to Dahlia College, he still felt like he was dreaming. One person had changed an entire college. Whether it was the team competition or the individual competition, Li Yuan had turned the tide. Of course, the Grand Miss Supremacy Realm's contribution could not be ignored. At least they did not hold them back. Compared to their original ranking, they had improved a lot. Otherwise, even if Chen Hao had won first place in all the competitions, Dahlia College would not have been ranked 24th. All in all, this was a miracle, an unimaginable miracle in their dreams. Li Yuan, what do you want as a reward? Magical treasures, pills, whatever you want. As long as Dahlia College can do it, we will satisfy you. I believe that no one will have any objections. Rewards. Chen Hao was slightly stunned. He did not expect Cheng Wanxiang to talk about rewards at this time. However, since he had said it, Chen Hao naturally would not reject him. He said, I don't want magical treasures. Ready-made pills are not needed as well. I want heaven and earth spiritual items and spiritual herbs. The more, the better. No matter what it is, even the lowest grade will do. Okay, Cheng Wanxiang answered, and then continued, but the lowest level, what do you want? Spiritual pills. Of course. All along, This was a method that he was unwilling to use rashly, because, in his opinion, no matter if it was magic treasures or medicinal pills, the increase in strength was suspicious of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, especially for himself. But now, after the awakening, Chun Hao's thinking had changed. As long as he could match his current state of mind and will, any method to improve his strength would not be a problem. Although it would not be as solid as relying on his own cultivation step by step, it would not be a big problem. Of course, the more important point was that the threat from a celestial river king made him nervous. As such, he did not have much time to cultivate leisurely. Okay, you will come with me later. I will give it to you. Among the resources obtained by the college this time, all the spiritual items and spiritual medicine will belong to you, as well as a part of Dahlia College's savings. I can't give it all to you. I hope you understand. Dean, I don't have that idea. Just give me as much as you can. After all, the college consumes every day, Chun Hao said. That's good. There's one more thing. Dean, Pavilion Master, I will leave Dahlia College early tomorrow morning and go to the Hongmeng domain. Wan Yishui, Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Shui Fian, and the others will come with me. Oh, and Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian will also accompany me, Chun Hao said. On the way back, Cheng Wanxiang and Pavilion Master Mo Shilin naturally could not hear his conversation with King Ying and the others. Since Chun Hao was leaving and taking so many people with him, he naturally had to let them know. However, Chun Hao did not say that the Hongmeng domain he was going to was not the Hongmeng domain of the great world of CND. No problem. Cheng Wanxiang was not surprised. King Ying, King Luo Ying, and King Sword Chen Taishu had all entered Chun Hao's mind. Even if Cheng Wanxiang was a pig, he knew that Chun Hao's mind was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, King Ying and the others would not have been able to enter. This is a gift from me to the Dean and the Pavilion Master. It is a token of my appreciation. As Chun Hao spoke, he took out 2 jade bottles covered with complicated runes and handed them to the two. This is immortal qi. It should be beneficial to your cultivation. Immortal qi. Cheng Wanxiang and Mo Shilin both looked extremely excited. Originally, they had already thought it through. No matter what, they had to be thick-skinned and ask Chun how to guide them some immortal qi so that they could comprehend it. But now, Chun Hao was directly giving it to them. Hiss. As Chun Hao spoke, he took out 2 more jade slips. One floated to Pavilion Master Mo Shilin, and the other to Cheng Wanxiang. This is an ultimate technique. Sensing the aura of the jade slips, Cheng Wanxiang asked excitedly. Although Chun Hao was only a Daluo Jinxian, who would dare treat Chun Hao as a Daluo Jinxian? That was a mighty figure from the upper 3 heavens of the immortal realm. An ultimate technique from the immortal realm should be suitable for you. It will not affect your Dao, Chun Hao said. Cheng Wanxiang and Mo Shilin both looked excited. An ultimate technique from the immortal realm, no matter what level it was beyond their imagination. Moreover, Chun Hao had given it to them as a gift, so how could it be bad? After that, Chun Hao followed Cheng Wanxiang and Mo Shilin into the Academy of Fine Arts Storehouse. The Storehouse of Fine Arts Storehouse had been upgraded to the standard of a top-notch academy. It was incomparably huge, spanning a radius of 10 billion kilometers under the laws of space. However, the treasures and herbs of heaven and earth stored inside were not even 1,000th of the total space. Even so, Chun Hao was still shocked by the mountains of herbs that were protected by countless runes. This is our Academy of Fine Arts Storehouse. Originally, it had almost filled the entire spiritual medicine storehouse, but now it seemed empty. You can keep half of each item and take the rest. The core treasures and herbs of heaven and earth are all unique. Take them all. Chapter 1474. Dean, I won't stand on ceremony with you, Chun Hao said with a smile after a slight pause. Don't stand on ceremony with me. When you have time, just give us some of the unique skills of the immortal realm, immortal qi, or the elixirs you refine. Also, no matter whether you live in the college or not, Just remember that you're a member of the college. If you need anything, the college will always do its best to support you. Cheng Wanxiang said with a smile. In fact, Cheng Wanxiang had felt a lot of pressure when the competition ended for Chun Hao. After all, he was the reincarnation of a powerful figure from the upper three heavens of the immortal realm. Such a person might not be worthy of his attention in the small college of Dahua. After all, Chun Hao had awakened. But now, Cheng Wanxiang found that Chun Hao was still Fatty Li Yuan. Only his appearance and aura had changed. That's not a problem, Chun Hao said without hesitation. Cheng Wanxiang's words were not as simple as they seemed to be on the surface in Chun Hao's mind. Maybe Cheng Wanxiang did not realize the meaning of his words, but Chun Hao knew that it was an absolute trust in him and a choice at the same time. After all, everyone knew about the matter between him and the Star River King. It was impossible to let it go. Although King Luoying, King Ying, and Chun Hao were all on Chun Hao's side, the odds of winning against the Star River King were slim. However, Cheng Wanxiang did not hesitate at all. He did not hesitate when he was on Zhulu Peak, and he did not hesitate at this moment. That's good, Cheng Wanxiang said. However, I am now restricted by my realm, so I can't refine elixirs suitable for you for the time being. When I step into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, there should be no problem, don't worry, Cheng Wanxiang said. Chun Hao did not say anything more. He opened his big hand and started directly. In an instant, countless spiritual medicines and spiritual items of heaven and earth left the protection of the runes, turned into streamers, and disappeared into the space between Chun Hao's eyebrows. Each mountain of medicinal plants contained a type of spiritual medicine of heaven and earth, and Chun Hao had taken half of them. This was equivalent to the savings of a first-rate institute over countless years. How much was half? However, Chun Hao didn't stand on ceremony. Right now, he needed spiritual herbs and spiritual items. Even though there were so many of them, they weren't considered much to him, because not only did he do it for himself, he also did it for his women, his brothers and sisters, and even more people in the ancient chaos Great Thousand World. No matter how strong a person was, there was a limit to their abilities. Chun Hao could not restrict his freedom just to protect someone or a place. He could protect her for a while, but he couldn't protect her forever. Everyone could only rely on themselves. This is just the foundation of a first-rate academy, yet it has so much. What if it was a top-tier academy? I'm afraid it will really fill up the entire space. Southleaf Fire Fruit? Good stuff. With its vitality intact, it won't take long for an immortal fruit tree to grow and bear the Southernleaf Fire immortal fruit. Chun Hao was slightly excited when he saw that there was only one spiritual medicine of heaven and earth, which was burning like a flame on a mountain of medicinal plants protected by runes. The reason why Chun Hao only wanted spiritual herbs and spiritual items, and not finished elixirs, was that after awakening the inheritance of an absolute art and gaining a certain understanding of the immortal world through the godheads of Gu Xian and the others, Chun Hao was no longer interested in ordinary elixirs. Even the best elixirs in the great world of CND were nothing in his eyes. He only needed to implant spiritual herbs and spiritual items into his mind to use the Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Tree, the Tree of Life, the Spirit Spring Sea, and the abnormal space-time laws to cultivate the grade of spiritual herbs in the immortal world. After Chun Hao could draw in the immortal chi of the immortal world, the Tao Manifestation Immortal Fruit Tree and the Tree of Life had already connected with the aura of the immortal world. They were constantly inhaling and exhaling large amounts of immortal chi into Chun Hao's mind. The Spirit Spring Sea was assimilated by the immortal chi. It could be said that Chun Hao's mind was the lesser immortal world. Coupled with the abnormal space-time laws, 10,000 or 100,000 years old elixirs were no problem. Chaos Element Immortal Herb. That's right. With the nourishment of immortal chi and the space-time laws, I only need 3 years to cultivate the Chaos Element Immortal Herb. This is one of the main ingredients for refining Chaos Immortal Pills. Xiao needs it very much. Grand White Gold Crystal? That's right. It's a pity that the conditions and time to nurture spiritual items are much more complicated than spiritual herbs. With my current ability, I can't condense an environment to nurture it. I can only put it aside for now. I should be able to do it after I step into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Chunhao shuttled through the spiritual herb storehouse at lightning speed. Everywhere he passed, the mountains of herbs were reduced by half, and the unique spiritual items and spiritual herbs were emptied. However, with such a large number of herbs, Chunhao would need a few hours to collect them all no matter how fast he was. Dean Cheng Wanxiang and Mo Shilin couldn't wait to sit down cross-legged and look at each other excitedly. Ultimate technique from the immortal world, immortal chi, the reincarnation of an almighty from the immortal world. Dean, I feel like I'm dreaming. Is this really little fatty? Nonsense, how could it be fake? Let's take a look at the ultimate technique first. Mo Shilin, let me tell you first. The ultimate technique that Li Yuan taught you belongs to you, but it also belongs to the Hua Academy. You can't take it all for yourself. Ahem, of course. It belongs to the true martial pavilion. So how can it not belong to the Hua Academy? Dean, you can take a look if you want, but the others will have to go through the true martial pavilion. You don't have any objections, do you? Mo Shilin said without hesitation. You're really cunning, kid. However, we'll do as you say. After all, what suits you and won't affect your Tao origin should only be suitable for the true martial pavilion. However, the true martial pavilion can manage it, but the qualification to cultivate it must be set to the highest level, and it must be approved by me. All right, Dean, can I take a look at your ultimate technique as well? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Let's talk about it after you've mastered it. Let's see what kind of ultimate technique it is first. Cheng Wanxiang said as he took out the jade slip that Chunhao had given him and immersed his mind into it. Buzz. His crack. The moment Cheng Wanxiang's mind immersed into it, the jade slip vibrated, and beams of dazzling immortal light entered Cheng Wanxiang's glabella. There were as many as 81 beams. The jade slip shattered and lost its luster. 81 beams? Mo Shilin's eyes widened in surprise. Usually, only one beam of memory light was recorded on a jade slip. However, there were 81 beams. Didn't that mean there were 81 types of ultimate techniques? 81 types of ultimate techniques. A moment later, Cheng Wanxiang opened his eyes excitedly, proving Mo Shilin's guess. And it's definitely 81 types of ultimate techniques from the immortal world. Although Cheng Wanxiang had only glanced at it once and didn't have time to examine it carefully, he could tell that it was definitely an extremely powerful ultimate technique from the immortal world. Chapter 1475. Quick, take a look at yours. Cheng Wanxiang said impatiently. Okay. Mo Shilin nodded and took a deep breath to calm the excitement in his heart. Then, he merged his divine sense into the jade slip Chunhao had given him. Unfortunately, this time, only a ray of divine light appeared and entered Mo Shilin's forehead. But after a moment, Mo Shilin wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he opened his eyes excitedly and said, True martial heavenly sovereign technique. It's many times more profound than our true martial Tao. Heavenly sovereign, is this a heavenly sovereign ultimate technique? Ha! It can't be. Cheng Wanxiang was stunned. True martial heavenly sovereign technique. Just the name clearly told him that this was a heavenly sovereign ultimate technique. How strong was it? And since Chunhao was passing it to them now, it was naturally an ultimate technique that could be cultivated directly and improved as one's realm increased. Phew! It seems that Li Yuan is deliberately helping your true martial pavilion. From now on, the true martial pavilion of the Hua Academy will replace the Great Transformation Pavilion as the #1 pavilion. This true martial heavenly sovereign technique will be the ultimate technique of the Hua Academy. Good. Mo Shilin smiled excitedly. Dean, look at our divine energy. I think this jade bottle isn't simple. I can't understand the runes on it at all. Cough, cough. It's not just you who can't understand it. I can't understand it either. Forget it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm afraid this is a very powerful sealing ability, even in the immortal realm. Yes, Li Yuan still needs a while. I'll open it first. But how do I open it? I can't use my divine sense at all. How do pigs die? Dean, why don't you try yours first? If I can't use my divine sense, I'll have to use a drop of blood to make it recognize me as its master. So stupid. Watch me. Chi. Cheng Wanxiang forced a drop of blood essence onto the jade bottle and activated his divine sense at the same time. But why not? Cheng Wanxiang said awkwardly. I was saying that a jade bottle can't recognize anyone as its master. Mo Shilin gloated. Obviously, dripping blood on it was useless. I think we should ask Li Yuan, Dean. What for? How shameful. It's just a bottle. It can't recognize an owner, it can't be opened, and it can't be opened by force. In other words, only those who have comprehended the runes on it can do so. Cheng Wanxiang glared at Mo Shilin and said, looks like this is Li Yuan's idea. It's not easy for us to comprehend immortal qi. Perhaps the runes on the jade bottle are meant to enlighten us. Cheng Wanxiang was unperturbed. Mo Shilin felt that Cheng Wanxiang's words made a lot of sense. However, on the other side, Chan Hao, who was collecting spirit herbs and spiritual items, couldn't help but remind them, Dean, that rune is just a seal. It's really just a seal. Can't you see that this jade bottle is the most ordinary jade bottle? All you need to do is to shatter it in your mind's great world, and the immortal qi will naturally come out. Cough, cough. Cheng Wanxiang's old face immediately turned red, while Mexilin laughed out loud. But when they listened to Chun Hao and absorbed the jade bottle into their minds and shattered it, Cheng Wanxiang's embarrassment turned into shock, and Mo Shilin's laughter stopped abruptly. The boundless, majestic immortal qi was completely beyond their imagination. How was this just a little bit for them to comprehend? That majestic immortal qi was enough to fill up an area of 10 billion square miles. With a single thought, the two of them, who had absolute control over their minds, sealed off an area of 10 billion square miles and turned it into a space of immortal qi. Thank you. Fatty. No, Li Yuan, thank you. Cheng Wanxiang and Mo Shilin looked gratefully at Chun Hao, who was still collecting spirit herbs in the distance. All they wanted was a ray of sunshine, but Chun Hao gave him a ray of sunshine. King Ying, I'm done. 8 hours later, Chun Hao's voice appeared in the ears of King Ying, who was sitting cross-legged and surrounded by boundless immortal qi. At this moment, King Ying was in Chun Hao's mind. You're done? Good. Then I'll go out. Why don't I do it? You can merge your mind with mine, and my speed should be faster. Chun Hao said, All right. It's a good opportunity to see the ability to travel through space. King Ying smiled. When Chun Hao decided to return to the ancient chaos Great Thousand World to advance to the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm, King Ying and the others made the decision to let their elite disciples follow Chun Hao. The huge Jade Maiden Palace had harsh conditions for recruiting disciples. It could be said that every one of them was a genius in the great world of CND, and they were all beautiful women who had not lost their primordialine body. Their elite disciples were 1 in a billion. They were also the future hope of the Jade Maiden Palace. Of course, King Ying wanted to choose those who followed Chun Hao to be from the Daluo Golden Wonderland. It was meaningless to choose those who were from the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. Also, King Ying wanted to move the entire Jade Maiden Palace to the Great Star. This was to unite the Luo Ying King, the Sword King, and the Great Star Academy to resist the Star River King's actions. After all, once the Star River King woke up from his shock, he would not let this matter rest. King Ying opened his mind and merged his mind with Chun Hao's. Principal Pavilion Master, farewell. Chun Hao waved his hand and disappeared from the storehouse. Amazing. Is this the ability to travel through space? King Ying, who had merged his mind with Chun Hao, exclaimed in surprise as he felt the endless mysteries of space around him. Only the heavenly venerable Godhead has this ability. However, Due to the restriction of my cultivation realm, I can only display 1% of my heavenly venerable Godhead's ability. 1%. I feel that this speed is faster than the Star River Tunnel. Should be. Chen Hao said, King Ying, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. Say it. No need to be polite with me. You're his disciple, which means you're my. Hee. Calling you my disciple seems inappropriate. Say it. King Ying said. All right. What do you think, you and the disciples of the Jade Maiden Palace who are willing to follow you to the ancient chaos world? The ancient chaos world has been unified, and the supreme heavenly Tao is no weaker than the great world of CND, maybe even stronger. That way, you and Master Yulan can be reunited, and you can leave this place temporarily. After all, even if you join forces, you're still no match for the Star River King and the Shao family. No. King Ying shook his head. Why not? Because of the contract. I can't leave the great world of CND, and I can't go to the ancient chaos world to reunite with him. Moreover, even without the contract, I can't leave. The Jade Maiden Palace is my 100 million years of hard work. It's not something that can be solved by taking away all the disciples. Besides, if we all leave, won't the Star River King be able to do whatever he wants? What about the Great Star Academy? There are too many aspects involved. Chapter 1476. King Ying paused for a moment, then continued. Furthermore, my life essence is here, at my level. Only in the immortal Emperor's great thousand worlds can I hope to improve further. There's such a thing? Chen Hao was slightly taken aback. So, if I reach the true immortal king realm, I have to return to the greater world of Earth. That's not it. You have no problem in ancient chaos or the great world of CND. After all, whether it's ancient chaos or the immortal emperor, you have gathered extremely powerful luck, unlike me. Oh. Chen Hao understood what King Ying meant. He knew that his thinking was too simple. For hundreds of millions of years, King Ying had been growing up in the great world of CND. There were many things that she could not give up. This was her foundation, and naturally, it became the only place for her to prove her Tao. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why King Luoying and King of Swords did not follow him to ancient chaos. After all, King Luoying and Chen Hao did not have their own forces. If they wanted to leave, it would be easy. However, they still gave up on Chen Hao's cultivation space, which was comparable to a small immortal realm, and stayed. The Jade Maiden Palace is not far ahead. Come with me. When King Ying confirmed that they were about to reach the Jade Maiden Palace, Chen Hao stopped traveling through space. King Ying stepped out of Chen Hao's mind space and looked ahead. Okay, Chen Hao replied. Half an hour later, the two passed through the layers of restrictions and came to the beautiful Jade Maiden Palace in the void. The palaces were surrounded by celestial mist and light. The spiritual energy and Tao laws of heaven and earth were extremely dense. It was even denser than the first academy's Zhu Lang Academy. Greetings, Palace Master. Welcome back, Palace Master. At the instant the two of them appeared, numerous powerful auras gushed over as they bowed. They were actually all true immortal kings, and each of them seemed to be around 30 years of age. They were all extremely beautiful women with great charm and charm. Sixth Elder, gather all the elite disciples of the Daoyuo Golden Wonderland. In 10 hours, gather at my palace. Yes, Palace Lord. Li Yuan, I'll send you to our Jade Maiden Palace's elixir storehouse. You should be able to collect everything within 10 hours. You don't have to refuse. I know you need it. Furthermore, my disciple will need elixirs as well. I'll be relying on you in the future. Prince Ying said. Prince Ying, how can this be? You're welcome. This is just the elixir storehouse of our Jade Maiden Palace's headquarters. Jade Maiden Palace has a total of 1,000 branches and hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. There are many heaven and earth elixirs. Although this is the headquarters, it's only less than 1% of our Jade Maiden Palace's heritage. Chi. Prince Ying pointed a finger at Chun Hao and sent him into the Jade Maiden Palace's elixir storehouse without any further explanation. She knew that Chun Hao had asked Cheng Wanxiang for a spiritual herb, so even though Chun Hao hadn't asked her for it, she had taken the initiative to give it to him. Because she knew very well that Dahua Academy was just a first-class academy before and couldn't be compared with Jade Maiden Palace's heritage. Even the elixir storehouse of the headquarters was thousands of times more than Dahua Academy's. Palace Lord, is he Dahua Academy's Li Yuan? The girls looked at Chun Hao's disappearing figure and asked in surprise. Yes, he's really powerful. His state of mind, and will give me a feeling that I can't shake him at all. I have the same feeling. The reincarnation of the immortal world's supreme being is really too powerful. We can't compare at all. Although they didn't go to Zhulu Peak, they also watched the competition from the immortal world. Naturally, it was impossible for them not to know Chun Hao. However, they still didn't understand why Prince Ying was so generous to Li Yuan. The elixir storehouse and the headquarters elixir storehouse was the most precious thing in Jade Maiden Palace. But Prince Ying gave it all to Li Yuan. However, although they didn't understand, they didn't ask. They believed that Prince Ying had her reasons for doing so. When Chun Hao stepped into the elixir storehouse, he was shocked, speechless. With hundreds of millions of years of inheritance, the second strongest force in the great world of CND was indeed not comparable to an ordinary academy. Instead of calling it an elixir storehouse, it was better to call it an elixir world. Needless to say, there were many elixir mountains, but more importantly, there were many elixir gardens. Elixir gardens. Each elixir garden was an independent world. Elixirs were nurtured in it, full of vitality and rich medicinal fragrance. This method was much better than Dahua Academy's, and for Chun Hao, it saved a lot of trouble. He only needed to inject immortal qi, and there was no need to specially condense the elixir herbs in a special environment. Jade Maiden Palace, with hundreds of millions of years of inheritance, is indeed not comparable to Dahua Academy. The value of this elixir storehouse alone is thousands, tens of thousands of times more than Dahua Academy's. The heaven and earth spirit objects and heaven and earth spirit herbs here were not only much more than Dahua Academy's, but their quality was also several times higher. There was no need to keep, and most of the elixir gardens didn't need to be modified. So, Chun Hao's speed of collection was very fast. In less than 5 hours, the entire elixir storehouse was empty. Li Yuan, these are the 100 elite disciples of Jade Maiden Palace's Daluo Golden Wonderland. I'll leave them to you in the future. Introduce yourselves. After collecting the elixir herbs, Chun Hao went to Prince Ying's palace. The 100 elite disciples had already arrived. What surprised Chun Hao was that the aura of any one of the 100 people was not inferior to Ning Jing, who was known as the #1 Daluo of Jade Maiden Palace. There were even a few people who were stronger than Ning Jing. What was even rarer was that they were all women with the same primordialine body. The only thing that Ning Jing had an absolute advantage in was her age. The 100 people looked at Chun Hao with awe, curiosity, and shyness in their eyes. Some were generous, some were reserved, some were enthusiastic, some were shy, and some were calm. They introduced themselves one by one. They are basically the top 3 disciples in the individual ranking competition in the last 100,000 years. I deliberately confined them in the Daluo realm to consolidate their realm. They're all very strong. Ning Jing is only the #1 Daluo of the current generation, so there's no need to be surprised. The Shao Clan situation is the same as our Jade Maiden Palace. The ranking competition is held once in 1,000 years, and no disciple will participate twice. Seeing Chun Hao's surprised look, Prince Ying explained directly. I see, Chun Hao said in realization. Good, all of you come in. Buzz. Chun Hao did not waste any time. He directly opened the space in his mind and sucked the 100 genius beauties into it. Prince Ying, is there anything else you want to tell me? Chun Hao asked. I tell ye, I've re-stepped on the path of the immortal emperor countless times, and I plan to do it again. Prince Ying said. Even though she had lived for hundreds of millions of years, she still had the shyness of a young girl when she talked about Yuan. Once a seventh heaven true immortal cultivator or above ascended the Emperor's celestial stairway, it meant that they had ended their cultivation journey in the immortal realm. After failing to comprehend, if they wanted to restart, it was equivalent to deleting their account and starting from scratch. The spirit realm helmet had to be replaced. Otherwise, they would not be able to step into the immortal realm again. Chapter 1477. All right, I can tell you Master Yilan's contact number first. Shenhao said. Yilan, who was now in the immortal realm, was naturally in the same situation as before. However, in the immortal realm, no matter where he was born, he could be contacted by contact number. No. However, to Chun Hao's surprise, King Ying shook his head and stopped him. Why? The contract. Whether it's in the real world or the immortal realm, I can't contact him. Otherwise, I'll be punished by the contract. You just have to tell him that I'm starting over now. What's the point of that? There is. Don't ask so many questions. Just tell him what I said, King Ying said. All right, Chun Hao said helplessly. My contact number is ***. Go. King Ying said. After I start over, I'll contact you. When you're strong enough, don't forget little Xian. Thank you, Take care. Chun Hao cupped his fists and bowed. Then, his figure disappeared silently. The great world of CND, the entrance to the Hongmeng domain. Powerful auras were guarding the entrance. Each aura was actually a true immortal king expert. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, there was at most a true immortal king leader and dozens of true immortals guarding the entrance. But now, they were all true immortal king experts. This change began after the end of the Academy ranking tournament, which was held once every 1,000 years. The Shao clan, which almost controlled the League of Guardians of the Greater Thousand Worlds of the Immortal Emperors, joined forces with the leaders of many major forces to seal the entrance to the Hongmeng domain. Only outsiders from other Greater Thousand Worlds could enter the Immortal Emperor's Greater Thousand Worlds. Those who did not leave the Hongmeng domain or the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm were forbidden from entering the Milky Way tunnel to other greater realms. The League's explanation was that it was temporarily sealed. It could only be opened after the return of the Milky Way King. Smart people naturally knew what the League, or rather the Shao family, and countless top forces and experts in the League wanted to do. The spirits of all things. Without a doubt, this was in order to prevent the spirits of all things from truly leaving the great world of CND. As for tearing through the spatial barrier and leaving through the chaotic space, it was almost impossible to truly leave. Even reincarnated immortal emperors wouldn't dare to do so. The chaotic space around the Great Thousand World was still okay, but once one went deeper, it would become more and more terrifying as the distance increased. It was easy to get lost in it and never return to the Great Thousand World. When one arrived before the entrance to Hongmeng region, one would notice that the true immortal kings present here were surprisingly the senior figures of the various top powers. Every single one of them possessed an identity that was sufficient to deter an entire region. I've just received news that Zhulu Academy has caught another soul of all creatures after the Shao clan. His name is Pei Chun, and he's one of the top 100 in the Daluo Golden Wonderland. An old man sitting cross-legged said, "Amazing. Zhulu Academy deserved to be called the #1 academy. Who would be the next one? It's only been a few days. I don't think any of them can escape." That's right. When the Celestial River King returns, it will be even faster. However, no matter what, the biggest winner this time is Daiwa Academy. That Li Yuan is really scary. He's the reincarnation of a mighty figure from the upper 3 heavens of the immortal world. What's even more terrifying is that the strongest Su Junfeng and Songlong Yuan were killed by him and taken away. Haha, everything is temporary. The Celestial River King will not let Li Yuan go. Even if King Ying, King Luo Ying, and King Sword were to protect him, they would not be able to stop the Celestial River King. I know this better than all of you. The old man in the middle said proudly. That's natural. Elder Lu, You're from the same era as the Celestial River King. Yes, yes. Elder Lu is not inferior to a king. Even the Celestial River King calls Elder Lu brother. However, Elder Lu, I'm curious. What happened on Zhulu Peak that even the Celestial River King was provoked? It's a pity that we weren't there. It's related to the Celestial River King's sister. The old man who was flattered said in a low voice, "You may not have heard, but the Celestial River King has a sister he loves the most, Xiao Xingyu. The two of them have been relying on each other since childhood. They are both heaven-defying geniuses. The Celestial River King's sister, Xiao Xingyu, is even more outstanding than the Celestial River King. However, after the two of them advanced to the sixth heaven of cutting Tao true immortal, Xiao Xingyu suddenly disappeared from the cultivation world. There was no news of her. Not long after that, the Celestial River King's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. He advanced to the seventh heaven of cutting Tao true immortal and stepped on the path of the immortal emperor. Until now, hundreds of millions of years have passed. Xiao Xingyu seems to have disappeared from the world. I didn't expect that there would be news of her now. I also heard from the older generation that the Celestial River King has an even more talented sister. It seems that King Ying and the Celestial River King's sister look very similar. Yes. Did your old ancestor say that? Yes, Elder Lu. This kind of thing can only be talked about by the few of us. Otherwise, it might lead to a fatal disaster. The Celestial River King's temper can't tolerate any flaws. It is said that the real reason why the Celestial River King likes King Ying is because King Ying resembles his most beloved sister. On the day of the ranking competition, Ruo Lan and Ruo Xian of the Dahua Academy, Meng Lan and Meng Xian of the Zhulu Academy, revealed the same origin aura as the Celestial River King. Moreover, the two of them were 2 lives of the 9 lives profound technique. The Celestial River King thought that the two of them were his sisters. He was shocked and excited. However, the two of them said that they were Xiao Xingyu's daughters. It can't be. According to Ruo Xian, it seems that Xiao Xingyu is dead. Perhaps the Celestial River King was stimulated by this and directly tore through the space barrier like a madman. Moreover, it is said that the way the Celestial River King looked at Ruo Xian and Ruo Lan was very strange. It was shining with all kinds of complicated emotions. Therefore, I guessed. The old man stopped and didn't continue. Guess what? Swear on the highest law. It's not that I don't trust you, but if my guess is revealed, I will definitely be killed. So serious? All right, since Elder Lu said so, we will swear on it. This was a secret related to the number 1 person in the great world of CND, the Celestial River King. Even if the people present were old antiques, they couldn't help but be curious. Elder Lu was undoubtedly one of the people who knew the Celestial River King the best. After all, he was one of the strongest people in the Celestial River King's generation. He was in existence second only to the 8 great emperors. No one knew that when they started discussing, a hidden figure who was about to step into the Hongmeng domain's entrance was attracted by the topic of their discussion and stopped. This person was naturally Chun Hao. P.S. I've made up for what I owe. From today onwards, I will update 1 chapter a day. Don't scold me. Dark Mountain has no choice. They have their difficulties. They can't publish until the 65th volume of traditional Chinese novels. They can't publish anymore. If you're impatient, you can rest for a while before killing. Everyone can feel that Dark Mountain is speeding up the pace. Sigh, I can't help it. It will be over in 3 or 4 months at most. Thank you. Book 5131955352, Tianmin, and other book friends who have supported Dark Mountain. I'm sorry. Chapter 1478. Chun Hao and the others were unable to enter the space tunnel that led to the ancient chaos Great Thousand Worlds through the Grand Mist Domain. This was because when Chun Hao, the women, and Chun Nan had left the ancient chaos Great Thousand Worlds, they had severed all connection with the ancient chaos Great Thousand Worlds. In fact, with the ability to travel through space and the heavenly dragon mount, Chun Hao was in a hurry to find the location of the chaotic space when he came to the vast thousand domains of the immortal emperor. It was not difficult for him to enter the Star River Tunnel. There was no need to go through the Hongmeng domain. However, Chun Hao still came to the entrance of the Hongmeng domain. This was because, even though he had completely refined and integrated several great lives, the third life, which was the life of the Mad Demon realm, had not been erased. At that time, the one who really got in Wen Lan was Chun Hao's original body, who had completely cleaned up his mess in the Mad Demon realm and saved Wen Lan's life. No matter what Wen Lan's purpose of getting close to him, or whether it was a romantic union, she was after all a woman he had completely gotten. If they had no more interactions after leaving, it would have been fine. However, the news that Chun Hao had received from Zhou Qinglong and the others made Chun Hao unable to ruthlessly erase the obsession in his heart. Perhaps it was driven by interest at first, but now Wen Lan, because of him, had broken the seal of the master of the vast thousand chaotic world again and again. How strong was her obsession to be able to do that? At this moment, she had fallen into a demonic barrier and was trapped in the Hongmeng domain of the vast thousand chaotic world. The one who started the trouble must be the one to end it. Perhaps only Chun Hao could help her step out of the demonic barrier. Therefore, Chun Hao had to go to the vast thousand chaotic world first to untie Wen Lan's knot in her heart. He did not expect to hear the discussion of these old guys as soon as he arrived. Although they had shielded the world, it was useless for Chun Hao's current perception. Ruolin and Ruoxian should be the Star River King and his sister. What? The old man's words not only caused all the old fellows present to widen their eyes in shock, but even Chun Hao, who had merged with all living things in the world, was a little dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the fact that his mental state was so strong that it was abnormal, he would have been exposed. In fact, back then, although Celestial River King's talent was heaven-defying, he was not as good as these two people. One of them is naturally his sister, Xiao Xingyu. As for the other one, you should have more or less heard of her before. She is Yilan from the ancient chaos Great Thousand World. She is Prince Ying's Tao companion. But Yilan was still defeated by the Star River King. Moreover, it was before he became an immortal emperor. Not bad. Back then, the Celestial River King and the other 7 conferred kings, as well as Xiao Xingyu's group of 9, formed a battle team. The relationship between the Celestial River King and King Ying was basically a clear Tao companion. At least, everyone in the world knew about it. It was just that no one knew about it. If it had always been 9 people, there wouldn't have been any unforeseen circumstances. However, a dazzling newcomer suddenly appeared in the immortal world. This newcomer was extremely talented, and he was accidentally spotted by Celestial River King and the others, who then recruited him into their genius squad. This newcomer was Yilan. In less than 1,000 years, Yilan became an existence that was close to the strongest of the 10, Xiao Xingyu. During this 1,000 years of contact, Xiao Xingyu, King Ying, and King Luoying, these 3 heaven-defying women, all fell in love with the amazingly talented Yilan. Elder Lu, does this have anything to do with your guess? Someone could not help but ask. Of course it has something to do with it. I said it was a guess, but the truth is not far from it. You will understand after I finish. Elder Lu, King Ying, and Celestial River King were already Tao companions in name. How could they fall in love with Yilan? Someone could not help but ask. Wouldn't this make the Celestial River King mad? No one would be able to stand it. Yes, it's a pity. The Celestial River King, who was originally the core of the battle team, found out that his talent and combat strength were not as good as Yilan's. How could he be mad? Finally, when Yilan and King Ying suddenly took a step forward, which was when King Ying lost her primordialine body, this genius squad that was known throughout the great world of C&D broke apart. At that time, they were all 6th heaven cutting Tao true immortals. The Celestial River King left with his sad sister, Xiao Xingyu, while the others were still with Yilan and King Ying. This was also the reason why the Celestial River King did not let go of King Lingfeng, the Old Sword King, and the others. I seem to know what happened. Then, Xiao Xingyu disappeared, and the celestial river king's strength suddenly skyrocketed. His talent also became more powerful. Yes, it seems that you have also figured out the key. During the ranking competition, the conversation between Ruoxian and the celestial river king. I think that if it was only the news of Xiao Xingyu's death, it would not be enough to make the celestial river king go mad. What really stimulated him was Ruoxian and Ruolin's daughter. So ruthless. Chunhao was extremely shocked. Even he did not expect that the celestial river king's body contained such a terrible thing. It was only at this time that Chunhao finally understood how much pain Ruoxian had suffered. She had created a pure land for her other half, Ruolin. Ruolin did not know anything. If not for this time, Ruolin would not even know that she was Ruoxian's life. Poor Ruoxian. However, King Ying and Master Yilan. In the world, the most difficult thing to determine who was right and who was wrong was the hatred and enmity that came from love. Who was right and who was wrong? Chunhao knew that this old man's guess might be the truth. The celestial river king had obtained the primordial yin of his genius sister, Xiao Xingyu, and even started dual cultivation. No one knew the details, but it was more or less like this. That was why the celestial river king had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was the first to be conferred the title of king, severely injuring Yilan and forcing her back to the ancient chaos boundless world to sign a contract with King Ying. Because King Fengling, King Sword, and the others did not follow him, he forced them away one by one and killed them. And King Luoying, who, like Yilan, was killed by the celestial river king. Chunhao shook his head and did not think about it anymore. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and the perverted Zhou Qinglong appeared directly. In an instant, Chunhao disappeared between Zhou Qinglong's eyebrows. Everything happened silently. After Zhou Qinglong stepped into the entrance of the Hongmeng region, no one noticed the slightest clue. Phew! You scare me to death. Handsome boss, you are so powerful. So many powerful, true, immortal kings, and so many restrictions. But no one noticed me, hee. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and enter. Yes, yes. When Zhou Qinglong activated the Star River Tunnel with his own aura connection with the ancient chaos boundless world, he entered Chunhao's mind again. Chunhao directly summoned the heavenly dragon mount, sat cross-legged on its back, and quickly shuttled back and forth. He left. Chunhao did not expect to leave the great world of CND in just a few hundred years. What he also did not expect was that the experience of these few hundred years could definitely be described as soul-stirring. The ancient chaos boundless world should still take some time. I have to hurry up and cultivate in the immortal world space. Chunhao sensed the ancient and mysterious aura of the Star River Tunnel. 2 rays of crystal light flashed in his eyes, and he directly entered the immortal world space. Chapter 1479. Embarking on the path of the immortal emperor was a necessary experience for every cultivator who wanted to reach the peak of the martial way. The realm in the immortal realm could advance side by side with the realm in the vast thousand domains. This was undoubtedly the best state, and it was a once-in-a-lifetime state for all cultivators. For experts like the Star River King and Prince Ying who had failed on the path to becoming immortal emperors, even if they wanted to start new, unless they sealed their true bodies, they could only start from the immortal world space at the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. After all, experts like them could no longer seal their realm in reality, unless they stepped into the endless cycle of reincarnation and completely forgot who they were. Chunhao's realm in the immortal realm had not yet advanced to the great circle of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, so it was naturally his top priority now. Buzz! With a shake of his body, Chunhao appeared in the immortal realm, but he did not directly appear in the vast thousand domains on Earth. He was still intercepted in the illusory controller space. You're here. Yang Liuyan's pleasant voice immediately appeared in Chunhao's ears. I'm here, Chunhao said. Why didn't you refine Su Juanfeng's godhead? To Chunhao's surprise, Yang Liuyan once again saw through him. The one who spoke was Su Junfeng. I want to, but I've already done my best to suppress his godhead. Refining it is temporarily impossible, Chen Hao said with a frown. Chen Hao had already tried before, but once his mind penetrated the core of Su Juanfeng's godhead, he would be ejected by a terrifying force. The origin aura of that force did not seem to belong to Su Junfeng at all. This puzzled Chen Hao, so he could only give up temporarily and use the old god and the mysterious existence to suppress it. Oh, so there's a blessing? Blessing? What blessing? Whose blessing? Chen Hao asked. Naturally, it's the blessing of the immortal realm. Su Juanfeng's birth is unique in the immortal realm. You killed the spirit of all things he gave birth to and suppressed his godhead. You have to be careful when you step into the immortal realm in the future, Yang Luyan said. Chen Hao frowned slightly. Haha, the immortal world is the same as your greater thousand worlds. No matter how terrifying the war is, it's impossible to truly wipe out all the cultivators of the various races. In the current immortal world, the revival of ancient almighty beings and the awakening of the spirits of all living beings is much greater than in the great thousand worlds. Then, what you mean is that Su Junfeng's background is very strong, right? After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Hao said. Chen Hao had long thought of such a situation. Even if the immortal world had experienced the great war between the immortal, demon, and celestial realms, it was impossible for it to be wiped out completely. It was just cutting off and sealing the connection with the great wide world. Not bad. Furthermore, there were far more spirits of all living things awakened in the ancient chaos great thousand worlds than in the great world of C&D. Not only were there almighty immortals, but there were also gods and devils. All right, I've given you enough information. Go. Chi. After Yang Luyan finished speaking, she did not wait for Chen Hao to explain. Instead, she directly sent Chen Hao to the upper-class world on Earth. Raising his head to look at the boundless void, Chen Hao revealed a faint smile and shook his head. I've long known that the road to the peak of martial arts can't be smooth sailing. Sure enough, no wonder Master Yi Lan hasn't logged into the immortal world space recently. It seems that the ancient chaos, great thousand worlds, is no longer peaceful. Moreover, it is more serious than in the great world of C&D. Fortunately, the awakening of spirits of all living things basically starts from the Daluo Golden Wonderland. This year's ranking competition in the great world of C&D was enough to prove that the awakening realm chosen by the spirits of all living things was the Daluo Golden Wonderland, which was the most moldable. There was no doubt about this. Just looking at the brilliance of the Daluo Golden Wonderland was enough to explain everything. Phew! No matter what, it's more important to improve my strength first. Chen Hao focused his mind and immersed himself in the comprehension of cultivation. Immortal Scripture City in the chaotic, vast thousand worlds. This day happened to be half a month before the opening of the Immortal Scripture Sacred Land. It was also the first day that countless genius disciples in the chaotic, vast thousand worlds entered the Immortal Scripture City. It was very lively. Look, Huang Tianhua. It's better to meet him than to hear about him. He's Huang Tianhua? What a strong aura. I feel that even the masters at the peak of the late stage of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm are not as strong as him. Yeah, only such a genius would be able to enter the primordial domain and be summoned by the city governor to enter the immortal scripture grounds to comprehend it once more. In my opinion, Huang Tianhua will probably be the next city governor. What's there to be afraid of? This is already known to the higher-ups. It is said that he has already comprehended 150 levels, breaking the record of the city masters of the immortal scripture. Since the 9 great evildoers stepped into the Hongming domain and left our chaotic vast thousand worlds, his luck has directly soared. His current strength is probably comparable to that of the 9 great evildoers. Countless disciples of the chaotic vast thousand worlds looked up at the most dazzling figure and buzzed in discussion. This handsome figure was Huang Tianhua, the youngest evildoer from the Chaos College that Chunhao had met in the past. Now, he looked a little more mature, but he had become extremely cold and arrogant. His entire aura seemed to be one with the heavens and earth. His every move caused the energy of the heavens and earth to surge. Obviously, he had already reached the peak of the Daluo Golden Wonderland and was in the state where he was the heavens and earth, and he was the heavens and earth. Catch up? We're the 9 great evildoers. How long have they cultivated? How long has Brother Hua been cultivating? Even so, the strength of the 9 great evildoers back then is not even worthy of carrying Brother Hua's shoes now. What 150 levels? Let me tell you, Brother Hua has a chance to understand the ultimate meaning of the 3 great immortal scriptures this time. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, one of Huang Tianhua's lackeys with an arrogant expression said proudly, "Yes, how can the 9 great evildoers' talent be compared to Brother Hua's? I'm afraid they would have died in the great world of CND by now. Not to mention the 9 great evildoers, even Li Mu Bai, who defeated the 9 great evildoers back then, is nothing in front of Brother Hua. Brother Huang is indeed strong, very strong. Now, he may be the first Daluo in the chaotic grand thousand world. But don't you too think you're exaggerating? Not to mention senior brother Li Mu Bai, even senior sister Wentan Lan, Brother Huang has never defeated her, right?" A young disciple stepped forward and looked at the 2 boastful guys beside Huang Tianhua and spoke disdainfully. Whoosh! Everyone was stunned and looked at the person who spoke. Everyone knew that although the words were directed at the 2 lackeys, they were directed at Huang Tianhua. After all, Huang Tianhua's expression did not change at all when the 2 lackeys said that. Obviously, he agreed very much. Who is this? He seems to be a newcomer who is participating for the first time from the Hunyuan sect. The rising number 1 genius of the Hunyuan sect, Han Fei. Someone in the crowd suddenly said the name of the young disciple. He's Han Fei, the pro-disciple of the 5th supreme elder of the Hunyuan sect, and also Li Mu Bai's junior brother. No wonder he stood out to refute. After knowing the identity of the young man, everyone automatically dispersed into a circle and was ready to watch a good show. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.